What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Tonight, Jen McCabe lands huge body blows to Aidan Kearney with new filing. It is the First Amended Complaint. Nobody's talking about it. Why not? Why isn't anybody talking about this? This is crazy. We all wasted our fucking afternoon, about an hour of it. Let's argue over when Proctor can have his deposition, even though we can't be there tomorrow. Fucking A, man. Again, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the show. New Orleans lady says she loves me. The feeling is mutual. I'm here for it. You're here for it. Let's just get into it. Well, what you guys are seeing on the screen here is an amended complaint. Now, I'm all about timelines, and I want to see the adjustments that are made. Again, this is Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins, and they're suing Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. And so here, we knew that an amended complaint was coming because actually when her lawyer says something, shit's going to pop, right? So it happens and we get this. This filing was made, I want to say, what was it? Was it today or was it Friday? What's today? All the days are just, merging together. I think it was Friday. But let's take a look at something. Hector. Well, before we take a look at this, I want to show you guys, I have a clip ready for you. I think you'll appreciate it. And this clip is back from, you guys remember the Vanity Fair article? Well, this Vanity Fair article.
I don't know when they're going to show up. It might happen. I'll be fine. They're not going to show up. They're not going to arrest me. And then they did. And I didn't have anyone's phone number. So she was right. I should have been more prepared. But there's that. Okay. Then he goes on to say, she's been staying with family and friends, but wanted to conduct their interviews in the house. She told me she'd have a security person stay overnight. It's a volunteer who declined to be named for the story, but it looks like John Cena and has a license to carry. Strangest sleepover ever. It is strange for a journalist to stay at a subject's house, but Reed's offer was audacious. 3 days there, and they could discuss any aspect of her life. There will be no lawyer present or conversation parameters, even though anything she tells me on the record could be used against her in her forthcoming trial. There's nothing we're afraid of. Any question you have, I have answers for. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I've said from day one that this is why I've covered the story with the angle that I have, is because she doesn't hide shit.
Okay. All right. So again, I just wanted to start with that little quote right there. Oh boy. Let's have some fun. All right, Hector, what do you got for me? Well, your wish is my command. Thank you. The angle that I have. All right, angle boy. Let's take a look. So this is the amended complaint filed. Number 17. Shortly after her arrest and consistent with her several admissions of liability, Reed's counsel Yannetti told the court that O'Keefe's death was an accident by calling the charges a tremendous reach and explaining that Reed had no criminal intent. In January of 2022, Aidan Kearney's occupation was that of an aspiring internet personality with limited reach in the greater Boston area. He primarily commented on sports and other media reports. Aidan Kearney's objective was to attract attention to himself in order to build a brand and monetize his audience. The launch of the defamation campaign. They were awesome in this complaint with all these footnotes, because everything is cited and they take it right from his reporting, his YouTube presentations. But Reed's false accusation against Brian Albert and Colin Albert was recorded on police body cameras and released to the public during a pretrial hearing in April of 2024. Again, remember, Reed falsely denied responsibility for O'Keefe's death, and contrary to her prior admissions, falsely stated to law enforcement officers that she was not responsible for O'Keefe's death. Instead, she falsely claimed that O'Keefe had been beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. Reed knew this statement was false, and how they're saying that she knew this is because the plaintiffs are saying, hey, she knows all this is false because she knows that she clipped John O'Keefe. Reed found and enlisted Aidan Kearney. Thank you. Thank you for writing that. I've been preaching it here on the channel that, you should do all that you can to try to get that that phone that Aidan Kearney had that he insists that he didn't have, but yet Steve Scanlon and Lucky Loughran both say that a 401 number called, their phones. He had a different phone back then. Moving on to, let me just make this a little bit bigger and go like this and go like this. Okay. Pursuant to the scheme, Aidan Kearney agreed to and did publicize and widely disseminate Reed's false claims about the plaintiffs and others in an effort to destroy the reputations of these individuals so that Reed could evade responsibility for causing the death of O'Keefe. Right here, Aidan Kearney has repeatedly acknowledged that his work was done on behalf of Reed, including crudely stating in May of 2026. May of 2026. You guys do know that it is June of 2026. So when I say this is an amended complaint, and I was over here saying, hey, go through this stuff and really lay out this timeline of the concerted efforts that you're alleging. Just come with it, man. And right here, Aidan Kearney has repeatedly acknowledged that his work was done on the behalf of Reed, including crudely stating in May of 2026, Reed couldn't have done shit without me. This motherfucker just wants to keep running his mouth. It's nuts. What's up, H-Bag? Good to see you in here. People that don't love dates and timelines, to me, they're running from the chronological order of events. And when I see that in somebody, I'm like, yeah, bye-bye. All of this matters on the timing of all of this. So in addition to Aidan Kearney entering into the scheme with the intent and expectation that his publication of Reed's defamatory statements and his own defamatory and outrageous conduct in harassing and intimidating the witnesses, including plaintiffs, would bring him notoriety, expand his audience, and increase his personal fortune. That is, from the outset, Aidan Kearney sought to monetize his defamation and willingness or willingly defamed, harassed, and tormented the plaintiffs for purpose. I could not have been more just like, oh, here, this is what I'm talking about. Remember in the beginning here, April 12, 2023, Reed, through her counsel, filed that discovery motion for a second time to obtain Brian Albert's phone, in which she falsely stated that Brian Albert and Colin Albert were responsible for O'Keefe's death and that McCabe was the mastermind who covered it up. Yes, that's written. Okay, the mastermind is Jen McCabe. Okay. Reed knew these statements were false. I said, you go to the FBI stuff. Boom, here it is. Reed directly and through her counsel provided other selective and distorted information to Aidan Kearney that she purportedly obtained, meaning Reed purportedly obtained from federal law enforcement authorities. Reed and her counsel knew that this information was not public. Neither Reed nor her counsel were authorized to share such information with Aidan Kearney. Reed and her counsel laundered this information through Aidan Kearney so that he would then publish it in furtherance of their defamation of the plaintiffs. Indeed, Reed and her counsel would thereafter proffer Aidan Kearney's reporting with respect to the federal investigation in open court in an attempt to convey that their statements to the court regarding the federal investigation were independently corroborated. This is commonly known as circular reporting, a practice in which information is laundered or disseminated to the media and later cited as an independent source despite originating from the same underlying source. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. I've maintained this entire time with my reporting is that why aren't you focused on the Canton Police Department? Why aren't you focused on the law enforcement agencies involved in this case? Like, that's what you do. If Karen is giving you this information, right? Why didn't Aidan Kearney file one FOIA request or a public records, request for even just certain ways that it wouldn't have anything to do with the case? And how you could make that happen is, I don't know, get the time card for Lucky. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and explain all the different ways that you could have been like a Ted Daniels, okay? But that wasn't Aidan's role. On April 18th, here number 33, the defendant's defamation campaign went public when Aidan Kearney published the first two parts of his Canton cover-up series. Aidan Kearney stated that, quote unquote, Jennifer McCabe did not kill John O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the dog were more than capable of that. And Colin Albert had the motive. McCabe was just the quarterback of the cover-up. He also explained that Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement. Admitted that he made these statements based on beliefs relayed to him by his sources. Although not identified at the time, those, aka these sources, were Reed and her legal team. In part 2 of Aidan Kearney's reporting there, he posted screenshots of people's messages to him that were critical of his defamatory statements. He made no effort to redact the names and proceeded to publicly mock them. In reality, the blog post by Kearney, like numerous other defamatory statements that he made, was funneled by Reed to her accomplice, Aidan Kearney, with knowledge that he would publish it on her behalf. And again, citing all of this. Look at number 8. This is new. This footer. Ironically, the April 18, 2023 post was not actually Aidan Kearney's first blog concerning the investigation and prosecution of Reed. Just weeks after O'Keefe's death in February of 2022, after the district attorney's office publicly identified the key evidence, including providing details about O'Keefe's injuries, Aidan Kearney declared during his show that no doubt she killed him because the taillight was out. You see how he said no doubt because the taillight was out? This is really important because Aidan Kearney likes to lie about why he made the statements that he made in February. It was because of this Ring camera. The WBTV said blah, 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 blah. Dude, that got said, not even how anybody thinks. And the only person that was pushing that was Aidan Kearney in his second reincarnation of coming out here in April of 2023. But here's the actual quote, and it's really, really important, is that it doesn't say, oh, we all thought that she did it because it's on camera. Okay, that's what you would have seen Aidan Kearney saying. But instead, this is actually his quote. His quote is, again, this is Aidan Kearney getting chopped down like the Russian in Rocky IV. No doubt she killed him because the taillight was out. Again, he also noted that Reed was drunk. Kearney's only question was whether she hit him by accident or intentionally. Upon joining Reed's defamation scheme, however, he has blindly followed Reed and recklessly disregarded voluminous evidence that he previously admitted points to her culpability, including her broken taillight. I want to see him finagle out of that one in the public viewing. Next, these are all the new things that I really want to point out because they need to be answered. And Aidan just says that they're doing all of these things, and there's just nothing. Crickets. Karen Reed's the only person doing anything. Right here. The conversation between Aidan Kearney and Reed's counsel occurred on April 20th, 2023, in which they spoke about Reed's campaign. Aidan Kearney secretly recorded that conversation. Fucking idiot. 2 days after speaking directly to Reed's counsel on April 22nd, 2023, Aidan Kearney made additional false statements at the direction of Reed. In episode 575 of his Weekend Live show, Aidan Kearney repeated Reed's false claim that O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview during a fight with Colin Albert and or Brian Albert. As a direct result of Aidan Kearney publicizing their personal identifying information, which he received from the Reed team, the plaintiffs, who were not generally recognized or responsible for O'Keefe's death, began to experience disturbing levels of defamation, harassment, and abuse by members of Aidan Kearney's audience. This is just simple cause and effect. Again, this is exactly what Reed intended. They're going to show, and it just has to be by the preponderance of the evidence, that Reed intended for this to happen. For, hey, we're going to disseminate this. Go ahead, call people, let this happen, play on the recording. But this is all by design. You're going to disseminate this false narrative. Then I get to this page, and I don't believe in highlighting a lot because you're not supposed to. It's one thing that you do learn if you're going to be a good note taker, is when you start highlighting everything, it's like, why do you fucking have a highlighter? I didn't highlight everything, but this was mined. This is really important. So people don't understand this timeline, and they're about to learn right now. Number 40 here. Indeed, minutes after Aidan Kearney's April 22nd, 2023 broadcast ended, Yannetti, who was watching the live broadcast, is congratulating him. That was priceless, dude. Great fucking show. Really enjoying the turtle reporting. Then, 41. Yet, Reed and her counsel repeatedly deceived the public about Reed's coordination and relationship with Kearney, in part because they knew that using Aidan Kearney as a defamation mouthpiece could subject Reed to civil liability for defamation and related civil misconduct. For example, during a September 2023 Boston Magazine interview, Reed and her counsel stated that they had never been in contact with Aidan Kearney. This statement was false and intended to hide the fact that Aidan Kearney was carrying out Reed's defamatory scheme. Moreover, 20 months after telling Aidan Kearney that his April 22nd, 2023 show, accosting McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert of being involved in the death of O'Keefe was a great fucking show, Yannetti disavowed Reed's relationship with Kearney when he addressed and gave to the Boston College Law School on November 11th, 2024, regarding Karen Reed's first trial. Yannetti said he had concerns about Kearney and that he was someone you would want to keep at an arm's length. Yannetti also stated, notwithstanding his undisclosed direct and indirect communications and coordination with Kearney, that Kearney's tactics are not the tactics of a refined defense attorney. Similarly, Jackson publicly denied communications and coordinating with Aidan Kearney in October of 2024. There was an interview Jackson denied involving Aidan Kearney and Reed's public strategy. Yet during that same interview, Reed acknowledged that she had communicated with Aidan Kearney frequently, but she limited that disclosure, claiming that the two only spoke in the months leading up to her March 2024 criminal trial. On April 24, 2023, Aidan Kearney published Article 10. Please tell Aidan Kearney that article might be his best so far. Really? In furtherance of this scheme, Reed regularly funneled non-public information to Aidan Kearney using tradecraft such as intermediaries and encrypted messaging applications so that Kearney could selectively publish, at Reed's behest, certain non-public material for the purpose of casting false suspicion on the plaintiffs and away from Reed. Reed instructed Aidan Kearney to falsely claim that he had not received information from Reed when in fact he had done exactly that. That's a fact. For example, on April 23rd, 2023, despite having already publicly accused Colin Albert of O'Keefe's murder at Reed's direction and encouragement, Aidan Kearney inquired of Reed's intermediary regarding how Reed knew that Colin Albert was ever at 34 Fairview after O'Keefe's alleged arrival. In response, Reed, through Natalie, responded, in quotes, Brian and Nicole and Chris and Julie all testified he was there, but I can't send grand jury testimony because it's sealed, end quote. Now, this should blow people. That statement was not true, as no witness ever testified that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Reed's vehicle arrived at that location. That same day, Reed also informed Aidan Kearney through Natalie about the details of an alleged non-public ongoing separate investigation apparently related to law enforcement's investigation of O'Keefe's death. In a message to Aidan Kearney, Reed, through the intermediaries, stated, not public. The feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing. Moreover, on December 1st, 2023, this would be right after Aidan Kearney is arrested in October. Okay. He's arraigned at the, 11th, 12th, whatever that day was in October 2023. So then you have half of October, you have all of November, and then here, December 1st, 2023. On December 1st, 2023, Aidan Kearney posted a YouTube video in which he included audio that had been recovered from O'Keefe's phone by investigators. Again, they cite his show. Now, wearing a Jackson Yannetti 2024 t-shirt that is for sale on his website, Aidan Kearney played audio from that voicemail that Reed was leaving for O'Keefe at the time that she found O'Keefe's body. And then incidentally capturing McCabe's 911 call. At the time of Aidan Kearney's YouTube video, only the Commonwealth, Reed, and Reed's legal team possessed the audio file. But now here I have a question. I could swear, and I think that this was like a setup, but I could swear that actually the Glare released that first. That actually the Glare played that first. And then Aidan played it on his channel. Okay, after that. And I want to see, now this is why I love it. Okay, you want to talk about how motherfuckers are about to get themselves mixed up in some shit? Aidan's already saying, I didn't fucking play that. I got that from the Glare. Yeah, you go with that, buddy. You go with that. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see how he answers number 51. Are you just going to admit? Are you going to deny in part? Let's fucking go, baby. That was a setup right there. The Glare, you've been put on notice, motherfucker. As all I will say. That man is a motherfucking dumbass. Eventually, Reed and Aidan Kearney started communicating directly for the purposes of sharing information, coordinating the timing of defamatory publications. Now, this is what I put in when I did a civil conspiracy. I filed one of these before, and you know, I needed people to cough up the communications that they were having to be able to prove my civil conspiracy. And it was something that happened back in 2020. What was it? 2021 in May. And they orchestrated through creators to include the Glare. The Glare had somebody on his channel, and that was part of this huge defamatory bullshit, and wanted to spread this false narrative that I was a sexual predator. Okay. So the Glare from in 2021 did that on his channel and allowed false shit, and he pumped this shit. Like, who the fuck are you? I don't even know who the fuck you were. I didn't even know who the Glare was. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a complete fucking idiot. So we'll come back to that. So here the Glare's going to find himself in another big heaping hot pile of shit, and he deserves it because he's an absolute, I mean, he's a human troll. He's a ship. He's absolutely got a brain full of rocks. He's a degenerate. What does he do all day? What does he provide, and what does he do to better, you know, it's just, so what they're going to show here is how all of these, every time that Aidan Kearney is doing something, it's in concert with something that's going on. Okay. And so right here, the same day and after the meeting with Reed and her counsel. So I want you to take a look at this. Right here. So in furtherance of the scheme, on May 3rd, 2023, Aidan Kearney met with Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti for the purposes of coordinating Aidan Kearney's extrajudicial defamatory publications with Reed's litigation and media strategy. This was after a courthouse appearance. Remember how Aidan Kearney goes and meets and has dinner, and then he goes live on May 3rd? Okay. This was after he was on the courthouse steps, putting himself in the selfie, smirking, and then going back to like Alan Jackson, and Alan Jackson points, and he's like, I know you want to ask questions. Remember that shit? Yeah. Okay. That's what May 3rd is. That's that day. And so Aidan goes and he lies to Natalie. And I was able to find this out by his Google search, what was in Aidan's Google searches. And he lies to Natalie and acts like he doesn't know where the seaport is, the Omni seaport, and that there's two of them, doesn't know where he's going. He's so nervous to go, and blah, 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 blah. All this bullshit. So May 3rd, they meet. He goes down, and then he actually comes on his show, and he's a little sauced up. But the same day after the meeting with Reed and her counsel, Aidan Kearney posted a YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference after a court appearance. During this video, Aidan Kearney stated, John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and by Callan Albert and that frickin' dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day and participated in that lie. They're all guilty of murder as far as I'm concerned. They're participating in it by accusing every other single person in that house. Aidan Kearney intended to include the McCabes, obviously, because they were there, right? Yep. And Higgins, he was, in his defamatory statement, a fact that his followers would have understood in light of prior publications. So they're specifically pointing out when they meaning the lawyers, Jennifer McCabe, her lawyers, are straight up pointing out what is happening after conversations, after meetups. Okay. And that is huge when you're talking about a conspiracy, civil conspiracy, because this is not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a civil claim. This is a civil complaint. And we just have to move the needle 51%. And so that what this First Amended Complaint is doing is it's really honing in on the dates where they can move that needle. Now, okay, May 7th. Aidan Kearney, who had already repeatedly defamed and harassed the plaintiffs, acknowledged that the incoherence of Reed's twin narratives that O'Keefe was purportedly killed shortly after entering the house, and that a Google search was performed at 2:27 a.m., suggesting that he was still alive. He noted that the Google search allegation made no sense if Reed's theory was that Officer O'Keefe was already dead. Instead, Kearney called it a frame job and told Reed's, intermediary Natalie here, I hope Reed, in quotes, I hope Reed realizes that the Google search completely invalidates the defense, and it's starting to make me worry about what I have now tied myself to. Aidan Kearney failed to conduct any diligent inquiry, abandoned fundamental journalistic standards, disregarded the obvious flaws and inconsistencies in Reed's theories, and continued to act at Reed's discretion in disseminating those allegations to the public. Abso-motherfucking-lutely. We remember this whole thing, like, Aidan, we know when John's body was placed out there. We know was coming from basically Lucky putting a timestamp to this whole Ford Edge that's out on the side of the road. And yet here this whole time, the way that I would be perceiving this is like, we know, like you had John's phone, you had some digital evidence. No, this is about Lucky, and that Lucky is going to be saying that there wasn't a Ford Edge in his first pass, and that there was a Ford Edge, after his first pass. Okay. Okay. On May 25th, 2023, following a hearing at Norfolk County Superior Court, Reed and her legal team appeared on the courthouse steps again and spoke with members of the media. In that press conference, in response to a reporter asking who he thinks was involved in the death of O'Keefe, Jackson stated that, quote unquote, there are people who were in that house that are involved. Brian Albert is involved. Jennifer McCabe is involved. The rest of the folks that were in that house, there's some level of involvement by every one of them, every single one of them. Days later, on May 30th, part 43 of his Canton cover-up series, wherein he discussed McCabe yet again, referring to her as horseface, and reposting a video that Aidan Kearney previously took confronting McCabe and calling her a cop killer. Notably, the blog post covered the denial of an ex parte harassment prevention order that McCabe sought against Aidan Kearney in Stoughton District Court, based on his repeated public harassment of her. However, McCabe's HPO request was not public information. Instead, Aidan Kearney received this information directly from Reed's counsel, Yannetti, who sent a text message to Aidan Kearney that McCabe's request for an HPO has been made and denied. In particular, Yannetti wrote to Kearney, HPO denied. Everybody understands how you have to answer a complaint, right? You go paragraph by paragraph. Okay. I've already uncovered Turtle Boy's true shit. Continue on though, Hillbilly. Nice name. So how you have to answer this is when you go through all of like these paragraphs, Aidan Kearney is going to be either admitting to what the statement says or denying what the statement says. He can admit in part, deny in part, and then he can give, some statement if he wants. But that's how you answer this, okay? And so when it comes to number 58, how can you deny that? Because you want to, that's why you need to really be careful on how you word things and don't get wordy so that there's not an out for the person that's responding to answer it. Because you don't want them to say, I'm denying because, I admit that an HPO was denied. I admit that Yannetti told me that an HPO was denied. But with this one, I think you're pretty much, what is he going to say? Those are all quotes that he made. But where it's where you get too wordy about that. Let's say, I'll show you an example when we get there. Then on June 6, 2023, McCabe traveled with her husband to attend their children's sporting event. Okay. Aidan Kearney traveled to the same event. He would have to, admit that he traveled to the same event. Now, at Reed's behest, he could say admit in part, deny in part. I admit that I traveled to the same event. I did not do this at Reed's behest. And I did not do it for the purpose of accosting the McCabes. I admit that I said Jen and Matt McCabe do not deserve to live a normal life and pretend that they weren't involved in murdering a Boston police officer, end quote. I went to her kid's lacrosse game and made a scene there and got kicked out because I kept calling her a cop killer. You know, I admit that. I said that. Do you see, like, that's how it's going to work? But where he can deny, like deny in part, admit in part, because you're denying that it was at the behest of Karen Reed. But he should be really, really cautious of how he answers things. That's all I'll say. Because I see so many paragraphs here that Aidan Kearney is going to walk him, Adam Kearney is going to walk himself into a fucking pretzel. That's all. You have to admit that I already admitted that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get this person on chat. They must be new here. We don't need disruptive people. Okay, next one. So on July 23rd, 2023, now this people should really think about. On July 23rd, 2023, Aidan Kearney met with Reed and Jackson again in person. Again. The purpose of this meeting was for Reed, Jackson, and Aidan Kearney to meet with a national CBS News correspondent. And that, to me, is Matt Gutman. Or was he ABC? I thought Matt Gutman was ABC. Maybe they have actually the wrong, CBS News, and it should say ABC. Regardless, I believe that was a meeting where they had a steak dinner. Okay, see that date right there, July 23rd? What happened the day before that? Well, this meeting occurred the day after a rolling rally organized by Aidan Kearney, and it took place where nearly 50 cars. Now, I believe that this meeting here in July is what led to then the August Dateline episode that aired when Karen Reed was interviewed by Matt Gutman. I believe that Matt Gutman told people about the fact that he met with Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. And so this lie that kept on getting pushed, that in the media and when they're talking and being asked questions, like Gretchen Voss asked Turtle Boy questions like, that you're talking basically to Karen Reed and her team, and everybody's denying it. So here, during the rolling rally, we already know what happened, so I don't need to repeat that. The next day, Aidan Kearney hosted his weekend live show on a YouTube presentation. During his show, Aidan Kearney said that Jen McCabe killed or helped to kill. Let's keep it a buck. That's what she did. She killed John O'Keefe. He proceeded to question why O'Keefe's family was associating with McCabe by stating Jen McCabe killed her uncle, and then you're escorting her to the fucking orientation. And Jen McCabe killed your son. She fucking killed him. See how this is really focusing on the times of when there's these meetings and hangout sessions, and then here's a YouTube presentation. So on August 9th, 2023, Aidan Kearney published Part 96. And we say here, although Turtle Boy was the first media outlet to really dig deep into this story, it has taken on a life of its own, independent of our award-winning journalism. Oh, shit. Say that again, Lana. Yeah, that he dug deep into this. Motherfucker, you didn't dig anything. The Facebook group dedicated to discussions of this topic has nearly 20,000 members and is one of the more active groups you will see on the platform. See how it's a quote? So they quoted him. In his post, Aidan Kearney bragged about the fact that he was able to amass his followers with well over 100 cars and at least 200, 300 people scattered everywhere in front of the McCabe home. He included pictures of himself wearing a Free Karen Reed t-shirt next to somebody wearing the t-shirt sold by Aidan Kearney. Because you're tying this all together. This is all a marketing, money-making, like why would Aidan Kearney ever do this? You know what I mean? Like, so he's selling himself as this independent journalist, but he's not. He's bought and paid for. And he does it with every case. Anything that he covers, you know, he does not report on it independently down the middle and share both sides. No. He goes at it, and whoever he's against is the ratchet. Okay, so this is what I've been saying, and I wanted to see if this amended complaint, how it went about, like, you know, the things I've been saying, like, are you going to like really kind of focus on some of this stuff? Because I really think that you should be correlating, because what a big tool was used to round up the masses and the troops was that there was this federal investigation, and that it was focused on people like Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Colin and Brian, and that's just not the truth. That's not what it was focused on. And the defense team knew about it from the jump because they got the ball rolling. They're the ones that went to make all this happen. So, but that's what was used to basically witness intimidate. On September 5th, 2023, Aidan Kearney directed remarks in a YouTube video towards Chris Albert, the father of Colin Albert. He bragged, "I go down to your pizza shop and I stand out there for an hour and I yell shit about your son. I just shit all over your kid, Chris. I go down there and I shit all over him and I accuse him of some of the most horrendous things possible, and I affect business." That right there is underlined, because that is what like, first of all, the statute this isn't even the criminal shit, right? But right there, you know, what you're doing financially to somebody is how you can have criminal charges against you. I mean, the guy's just an absolute fucking idiot. So people don't want to go into your business because of the things that I'm saying. I'm telling cars going by what your family did and what you're being accused of and what you've done to cover things or this thing up, and what a scumbag you are and how you don't pay your bills like an idiot. By early September of 2023, Reed's team was concerned because they got wind of this, that the police were potentially going to charge Aidan Kearney with witness harassment, not witness intimidation, but harassment. Reed's counsel, Yannetti, expressed concern to Aidan Kearney that if that happens, then a judge prohibits you from having any contact with witnesses, end quote. This prospect concerned Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson, since they feared silencing Aidan Kearney would impact the defendants' campaign against the plaintiffs. Indeed, on September 9th, 2023, Yannetti messaged Aidan Kearney regarding, among others, the plaintiffs, stating, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them." With Kearney's silence, the scorn Reed intended to incite might diminish. You're going to have David Yannetti being asked, "Who's the we?" And David Yannetti is going to say, "That's my team of lawyers. That has, we does not, has, I'm not saying we as including Aidan Kearney." But that question's coming. These bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them. What scorn are you giving them, taking away Turtle Boy? What scorn? You have a theory of the case. You made it public. But how is that scorn? In addition to using Aidan Kearney as a tool to seed the public discourse with defamatory material, Reed, through her counsel, also hired a private investigator, Sarah Ness. Ness had previously worked with with Jackson in connection with his representation of disgraced sex offender Harvey Weinstein, and was deployed in that case to discredit victims of Weinstein's crimes. On December 17, 2023, at the direction of Reed and Jackson, Ness visited the home of Brian Higgins. Remember, Turtle Boy stays away from Brian Higgins this whole time. He's never mentioning him. He doesn't ask any questions. Shit, he never even knew that there was a thing between those two, right? So Reed and Jackson directed Ness to question Higgins and other witnesses using tactics similar to those used against victims and witnesses in that criminal case, the Harvey Weinstein case. While Ness confronted Higgins, who Reed and her counsel knew was represented by counsel at the time, Reed and her counsel watched from a blacked out SUV, with Reed texting Aidan Kearney in real time about Ness's efforts. Sorry, in the car with the lawyers, stirring shit up again. Again, that's a deposition question coming right there. For Karen Reed. Like, what do you mean stirring shit up? Why would you be telling Aidan Kearney that you're stirring shit up? And why are you telling him about your business with your criminal case? They're going to try to get this client attorney privilege fucking snipped. I love a good, I love watching, trial strategies. In this case, is going to be something just for the ages, because if this goes all the way. When Higgins refused to speak with Ness, Reed texted Aidan Kearney again, this time seeking the address of Sarah Levinson. Karen didn't know it. And then Aidan's like, I don't fucking have it. Like, I'm probably not at my house just chilling, so I could pull that up. But she's another witness who would ultimately testify against Reed. I wouldn't even put it like that. I would have never said another witness who would ultimately testify against Reed. I would put that that Aidan, whenever Karen Reed got the grand jury minutes, it's going to be really important for me. Was her name ever mentioned? When did her name first get mentioned? Because remember, she wasn't interviewed for a while. Remember, Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed for a while. All that stuff's going to matter, okay? All this timing. And guess what? Who the House defendants / Commonwealth witnesses have as their lawyer? Fuck. Dude, he's good. So following Higgins's refusal to cooperate with Ness, the defendants directed additional defamation and defamatory conduct at him. And I was like, there you go. You're going to show how there was nothing at Higgins, and it only began when. And so that's why it was like they tried to show the separation. They were trying to, I don't know what they thought they could do. Truly don't. But they thought they could flip Higgins. That's why Aidan Kearney wasn't talking about him. Because he was using it as a way to make it seem like that Higgins is already flipped. You guys remember that? Karen Reed was looking for someone to tell the truth and clear her name. That's okay. What she did is okay. What Turtle Boy did was not. I think that there's some gray area. But Karen Reed is fighting for her life. And like I've always said, like, you're going to have grace with that. But we'll get into that here in a little bit. So as a federal law enforcement special agent with covert undercover responsibilities, Higgins suffered profound damage to his career as a result of the defendant's false and widely publicized statements that Higgins was involved in O'Keefe's murder. In addition, due to Reed's and Kearney's defamation, individuals have traveled to Higgins' residence for the purposes of taking photographs and videos. Higgins has been surveilled, and individuals inspired by Reed's and Kearney's defamation campaign have trespassed and vandalized his property. Kearney himself has personally harassed Higgins by visiting Higgins' residence on multiple occasions for the purpose of confronting him and generating content to be published on platforms Aidan Kearney controls. On September 14, 2023, Aidan Kearney hosted a Turtle Boy live show. In this show, Aidan Kearney stated, "I would recommend, if you don't feel uncomfortable, talk to Chris Albert about it. Talk to Chris Albert. All he has to do is come clean and get his son to admit what he did and get his brother to admit what he did. And then this thing's over. And there's no more going to kids' games and interviewing you and going to your goddamn pizza shop. It all fucking ends." On September 19th, 2023, he hosted another weekday live show. What I'm saying right now is I am not saying as a matter of an opinion. I'm saying as a matter of fact that Jen McCabe participated in and planning to kill and cover up the murder of John O'Keefe. I am saying that this is not my opinion. This is a fact. He went on to taunt McCabe by exclaiming, "Jen McCabe participated in the killing of John O'Keefe, so sue me. Why don't you just sue me? Because you did it. Because she did it. That's why, because she did it." During the same live show, Aidan Kearney also called McCabe's brother-in-law, Bob Galvin, after someone sent Kearney $10 to his Cash App with Mr. Galvin's phone number. He left him a voicemail. Now, again, how you answer these is admit and deny. Admit or deny. Thrilled by the level of exposure and overall impact that Aidan Kearney's publications were having on Reed's defamation campaign, Reed messaged Aidan Kearney through Signal on September 29, 2023, stating, "Look at what you've done to the reputations and to my jury pool. Chris Albert's business is the next casualty. Just a matter of time." Reed was referring to the public degradation of the reputations of and among the plaintiffs. Again, Aidan and Karen Reed are going to be answering this. Number 75. Around the same time, Reed and Aidan Kearney became administrators. Now, this is what Sean the Golf was talking about. This fucking Facebook group, okay? This Facebook group that caused all this problems. And I tell people all the time, stay the fuck away from Facebook. Don't be getting in the DMs. Stay the fuck away from these fucking pages. It's nothing but Trollville. They have all these fake accounts, people, and it's a cesspool. Anyways, Aidan and Karen become administrators of the Facebook group Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed - Turtle Boy Official. As administrators, Kearney and Reed maintain complete control over the Facebook group. But if you're an admin, the stuff that you can do, absolutely, including the ability to approve or deny posts, delete posts or comments, and approve or deny new members. The group became a feeding ground for defamatory and harassing posts made regarding the plaintiffs. Reed personally posted in the group on several occasions, including instances where she shared confidential information regarding her criminal case that had not been previously made known to the public. Now, Reed can pretty much post whatever she wants from her discovery if it's not like protected material. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, if she was to manipulate it, like as far as like in a civil case here, like it doesn't. If it's stuff that only would matter if it was, in my opinion, how I would see all of this is that if it was stuff that was impounded and stuff that had a protective order. So On March 12, 2024, we called them murderers because they are. They are. They murdered John O'Keefe, and I will not shut up about that. You can call them witnesses all you fucking want. They murdered John O'Keefe. That is a fact. It is undeniable. We don't know who delivered the fatal blow, but they all fucking did it. Aidan Kearney attempted to justify his harassment and defamation of the plaintiffs by claiming that they deserved it. For example, Aidan Kearney admitted that he harassed Jennifer McCabe at her daughter's lacrosse game and attempted to justify that conduct as follows. Well, guess what? Jennifer McCabe murdered a Boston police officer. She doesn't have a right to not be asked questions in public about that. You murdered someone. You don't get just to walk around like none of this happened. Jen McCabe didn't fucking murder anybody. And he's so fucking wrong about this. Before launching the defamation campaign with Reed against the plaintiffs, Aidan Kearney's YouTube channel only had 25,000 subscribers. Before the first trial, Aidan Kearney's followers had ballooned to 70,000 YouTube subscribers. The profit model. Aidan Kearney's willingness to work with Reed and his conduct is based on twin motives. What a way I love this. Twin motives. Greed and fame. Aidan Kearney's business model relies on his ability to attract an audience by spreading outrage and mistrust. Boom. Nailed it. Yes. Yes. He incites I'm going to enrage you. And I'm going to tell you outrageous shit. And you're going to get on my level with it. Here we go. Here. So impressed. I'm so impressed with page 22. Like, secretly love page 22. Look at this. They went as far as to fucking go ahead and read this. The Paranoid Style in American Politics and Other Essays. It's a 1964 publication. Oh, one of these days, I'll pull up some stuff from that. But remember I said Aidan Kearney's book is a playbook. Is an absolute playbook and how he spins. Aidan Kearney holds himself out as a trusted reporter, regularly referring to himself as an award-winning journalist and a truth teller, when in fact he is nothing more than a willing purveyor of and vessel for defamatory material that Reed fed him to publish for her own selfish purposes. Once Aidan Kearney captures his audience's attention with outrageous claims, like he does, he exploits their anger and mistrust by urging them to pay him money in exchange for products that echo the false worldview he promotes. He's going to say, I deny this is not what I do. Really? Oh, man, he's so fucked. In his internet-based shows and content, Aidan Kearney hawks merchandise exploiting the Canton cover-up. His dishonest characterization of events, a Boston cop possibly being involved in murdering another cop, followed by an elaborate cover-up designed to frame the murdered cop's girlfriend. A design featuring a Massachusetts license plate with the word framed as the number, and a t-shirt featuring the text of a Google search that Aidan Kearney has repeatedly lied about, to name just a few. Oh, shit, man. Oh, fucky, sucky. Aidan Kearney consistently hustles his followers. Yep. To donate directly to him on his homepage and in his posts. His YouTube features a defense fund where followers continue to send him money in his pursuit of defending free speech. I love it. And during his live streams, he shares the names and messages of people who donate to him directly while watching his content. God, they're so... Aidan Kearney's followers buy subscriptions, donate to him, purchase his merchandise, and continue to visit his website and YouTube page, all of which boost his attractiveness to advertisers. Aidan Kearney has estimated his monthly income to be $45,000 to $50,000 a month, which he attributes to his defamatory discussions of the Karen Read case. Aidan Kearney publicly defends this corrupt business model by explaining, well, it's capitalism. If he creates a service that people think is worth giving their hard-earned money to, that's capitalism. That's their choice. He claims that people want to give him money. People want to buy Turtle Boy Club subscriptions. People want to buy stuff from the store. I love when they just want to buy stuff from me. Love it. Stuff, In coordination with Reed and at her behest, Aidan Kearney spread collaborate and false narratives about the plaintiffs because doing so attracted attention. And guess who is basically admitting it on her live streams over the past 2 days? Jess Machado. Jess Machado is admitting that, well, I only make money if I talk about drama. Because doing so attracted attention, personal notoriety, and a buying audience. He deliberately stokes social anxiety and political discord in his listeners because distrust in government and cultural tribalism motivates those listeners to buy his products. Aidan Kearney also sought production and movie deals to further monetize his highly public defamation and harassment campaign against the plaintiffs. On July 1st, 2023, just 3 months, into this thing, after Aidan Kearney began working with Reed to disseminate her false claims and harass witnesses, Aidan Kearney reported to Alan Jackson that he had received an offer for a Karen Read documentary from B17 Entertainment, a California production company. Now, D is the trial of Karen Read. If they can't find jurors that aren't Chainstar ready, because Turtle Boy is everywhere, because Turtle Boy is too big. That was on April 16th. On April 20th, 2024, Kearney interviewed an excused juror who had previously engaged with his content and had been a member of his Facebook group. She also said that everyone in the room said that they had previously heard about the case. People can hear about the case, but it's where'd you hear it from? During the same live stream, Aidan Kearney played a clip covering the courthouse from the court TV. He proceeded to verbally attack the host, who expressed dissatisfaction with the conduct of Aidan Kearney and his followers, claiming it was disgraceful for them to harass O'Keefe's family. Aidan Kearney said, referring to McCabe, "You know what's disgraceful, Julie Grant? I'll tell you what's really disgraceful is when somebody who Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. because they wanted to make sure, or they wanted to see and find out how long it would take for John O'Keefe to die in the snow. When a person like that shows up with the O'Keefe family and rubs their shoulders and starts a support group called Peggy's Angels, that's disgusting. Fuck off. Okay, just wild shit. Now, here we go. Page 26 is going to be hella trouble for Karen Read. 90 through whatever fuck number again. Aidan Kearney went on to say that McCabe is sick and sadistic and twisted, and that he has nothing but hatred to her, as I should because I'm normal. I'm a rational person. Any rational person hates Jennifer McCabe and is disgusted by her because Jennifer McCabe is a pig. She's a pig. She's a cop-killing pig. He proceeded to mock the court TV host again, saying she supports a cop-killing pig like Jennifer McCabe, who Googled how long to die in the cold. I hope to God they call Richard Green to the stand. I hope they depose Richard Green. That's what I would do first, is I would depose him. Late but catching up. You're amazing how you keep up with this. Dude, I got to bring this shit, man. Dude, why aren't people talking about this? Because this page, here it is right here. Take a look at this. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to see, in the first filing, but I get it. Here it is. During her first criminal trial in 2024, Karen Reed had documentary filmmaker Terry Dunn Muir record her preparation for trial, including interviews with Reed, her attorneys, her family, and recordings of the conversations between and among Reed and her counsel. During these interviews, Reed personally and her counsel on her behalf defamed the plaintiffs. On April 12, 2024, Jackson verified to Muir and her production assistants the statements Reed gave to police when she was arrested in June of 2022 that Brian Albert, Colin Albert, beat up John. My taillight was cracked when John was pulverized. Reed was present during Jackson's recorded statement and did not deny that she said those things. And we also have the body-worn camera. On or about April 30th, 2024, Reed gave a series of personal interviews to Miss Muir in connection with the documentary that Muir was filming. During that interview, Reed falsely stated that Jen McCabe got herself into a bad mess that night, and she helped clean it up. I don't think Jen laid a finger on John, but Jen knew John was dying, and she helped expedite it. So she's a first-degree murderer, and she knows she is. But it was probably accidental when he became severely injured, and they, referring to the other plaintiffs, just finished him off like Mortal Kombat. During that same interview, Reed falsely stated, referring to, among others, the plaintiffs, they're being federally investigated and they know it. They know they killed John. During that same interview, Reed was asked what she thought of Aidan Kearney's tactics that had resulted in criminal charges against him for witness intimidation. Reed responded in part by referring to the plaintiffs and falsely stating, it's impossible for me to have any sympathy for any of these witnesses. They're murderers, and they know it. On June 15, 2024, Reed gave a recorded statement to Muir and her team that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert had a motive to kill O'Keefe. A motive. But she was not sure of the circumstances in which they did kill him. She said, what I think may have happened, if the Higgins motive is the motive for what happened to John, or if it's a combined Higgins and Colin Albert, who I think is the biggest hothead of the whole group, I think Higgins could have shared with Brian Albert what happened between Higgins and me. And Brian Albert used that as another reason not to like John O'Keefe. I'm over here like, what was the first reason that he didn't like John O'Keefe? It doesn't make any sense to me right now. So Brian Albert has his friend, Brian Higgins, and his beloved nephew, Colin Albert, come to him saying, John O'Keefe is a pain in my ass. There's enough motive to go around. I know that Brian Albert did not care for John on his own. What the fuck is what? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What? You guys, Karen said that she met Brian Albert for the first time the weekend before, and that's when she took that picture of them. Right? I mean, am I missing something here? I know that Colin Albert had issues that I witnessed with John. What issues? This stupid fucking that he left beer bottles on fucking grass? So it could have been as simple as everyone was drunk and John got mouthy with Colin and, you know, caught an uppercut and just it escalated from there. I cannot even believe. But this is all new in this filing. You can think that, but that was a rhetorical question. Karen Reed has had all this time. Okay. Nobody has a motive to kill somebody because somebody is leaving beer bottles on someone's fucking lawn. Okay. I mean, Jesus Christ. Let's even say that that's true. Let's even say that fucking Colin and fucking John didn't like each other. Okay. What? After I heard that Julie and John had sent the article to Julie, and then Julie said that was one of my biggest fears is to end up on Turtle Boy, you know? It changed my opinion about, like, why would John ever, like, engage in Julie Albert and message her that and send that to her? Last time I checked, I don't fucking talk to people that, you know, fuck them, you know? And then why would John want to go to the waterfall bar and meet up with them? You know, I just don't think that people should be speaking for John who can't speak for himself right now. That's fucked to me. That's how I feel about, like, any victim. On June 22nd, 2024, Reed stated in an interview with Mirror that I know Brian Higgins had a role in helping kill him. I know. Help him. I can't believe that she said, I know Brian Higgins had a role in it. Dude, you went to Brian Higgins' fucking house in September, knowing that he had a role in killing fucking John. Like, what the fuck are you people all smoking? Karen Reed would be hard-pressed to find anyone who didn't like John. Exactly. These are her own words in fucking interviews that keep contradicting everything. I mean, you guys, take off the fucking blinders. Nobody says that the first thing that comes to your mind because your man doesn't come home is that I think he got hit by a fucking plow. What the fuck are you talking about? That is insane. That thought is like a Dylan Mortensen thought. That comment is like Dylan Mortensen to me. No, sorry. That's not the first thing. Okay. Why would John ever be on the side of the road walking when he has a cell phone and he can call anybody he wanted to come pick him up from a party and take him home, even if he didn't want to talk to your ass? Okay. Absolutely crazy. Okay. It's not the first thing that you would think. Not in the slightest. I want to know why. When Karen went to the hospital, she didn't have her phone, obviously, right? Because they admitted her for a couple hours, whatever. I would love to know if she truly had it. If she didn't have it, it's going to come out in the civil case, whatever. After that, okay, why is there no communication between Karen Reed and Carrie Roberts to say, Carrie, what the fuck happened? Like, have you talked to, like, Jen and like, why aren't you inquiring? Something had to have happened. I mean, I drop off John, I leave. And vice versa, people calling her and saying, What happened? What the heck is going on? I know Brian Higgins had a role in helping kill him. Help him get him in the snow and help frame me. And help frame me. But I don't think Higgins necessarily would have wanted to really hurt John. I think Brian Albert and Colin Albert would have enjoyed roughing John up. Why? How do you say all of these things to people? And these motherfuckers that are hearing this shit, like an Aidan, even this person, why does anybody have the balls to say to Karen fucking Reed, why the fuck do you think that, Shug Tits? What? You guys don't even hang out with them. Why would Brian Albert enjoy roughing up another Boston cop? Because he's just a hothead, Karen, and he just fights with everybody and anyone? When I heard Turtle Boy's one live that he did after the fact, when I'm going through all of his stuff, and I literally hear him talking and saying things like, oh my God, look at Jen. She starts calling him and she knows that what's going on. So she's already in. She lured him there. Then she's calling his phone over and over, acting like she's already in on it to like act like he doesn't get there. He doesn't come there. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? She started talking to him. That to me is like, dude, I just talked to this dude at 12:14. And I just talked to him at 12:18. Okay. Then there was a conversation, or hey, they want to say, I don't know, I must have called, I must have been a butt dial call, whatever, at that 12:29, because it was 7 seconds. It was Jen's phone calling his phone, and it was answered by him, so it was 7 seconds. If Karen Reed wants to put herself at 34 Fairview and that's her, she wants to put herself there, okay. If you think that you saw somebody, and or if you were expecting somebody because you just talked to him a bunch and like I don't care what the conversation was about, you're expecting him. And then Karen's like, yeah, I dropped him off there, okay. You have somebody that's texting simultaneously of being like, hey, is that you? Hey, are you here? Hello, blah, 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 right? Okay. And so let's get this straight. We're going to excuse every call that Karen Reed made when she's saying, fuck you, John, you fucking pervert, all this stuff, right? But we're not going to look at somebody's like normal calling somebody to say, dude, where are you? Texting them, pull up behind me, like that to me would be normal. And then when they're, I thought that they were, where the fuck, now that fucking car's gone, the SUV's gone. And then they're calling, like, what the fuck? That to me is all like a normal, like what I would think would be not normal is for you not to call after talking and not to have anything there. But it's like, if we're going to be giving people grace, you have to give it all over. And I'm just seeing a lot of like just wild shit. Like, where are you getting this from? Why would you guys be hanging out with people that you think would want to rough up your man? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not hanging out with people that want to fight me or my person. How do you know it was answered by him? I didn't say it was by him. I said, it's an incoming call. And by incoming calls, you have to go to the person, whoever's receiving the incoming call. And it was an answered call at 12:29. You go off of extractions. They teach you this when you do digital work. And so you can't go off of the caller. That's why they said that they needed Nicole, that they should have been just sticking to certain things that you would need. And it's like, if you thought that Nicole and Jennifer talked, you should have went after Nicole Alberts's and just been strictly about certain specific calls. Okay. But you have to go with the incoming person's phone records to see if they answered the call, if it was a missed call. You can't go off of the callers. So you can't go off of Jennifer McCabe's phone as an outgoing call to know if the call was answered, because it could have been picked up by a voicemail from, and looking at it from an outgoing standpoint. But the incoming person who's receiving it, if it's picked up, then it shows you that it's answered. And it has a time running. I mean, this is what experts testify to all the time. Anyways. Further, during that interview, this person says, you make such strong statements about, I think Colin Albert killed him. I don't know how without getting sued, because I don't even know if I hope we're going to be able to use some of that, because it's public record what you said. Reed responded, if Colin can prove that I'm lying and this is defamatory, he can sue me. I'm confused over here, though, how this dialect is happening. But, I mean, Reed made these false statements about Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins' involvement in the death of O'Keefe, even though she knew that she was responsible for O'Keefe's death when she struck O'Keefe with her car while backing up at a high rate of speed just after 12:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022. A fact she admitted several times on January 29, 2022. Reed also knew that Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins had nothing to do with O'Keefe's death. On May 17th, 2024, following the first day of McCabe's trial testimony, Aidan Kearney posted to X that McCabe was a psychopath and that she knew exactly where O'Keefe was dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. On May 21st, 2024, how about this? Let me ask you guys a question. Why hasn't Aidan Kearney interviewed Richard Green? Anybody? Why hasn't Aidan Kearney struck up and got an interview with Richard Green yet? Anybody? Don't you think that Aidan Kearney should ask to get an interview with Richard Green and have him on his channel and talk about the Google search? Of all the people that Aidan Kearney should have had on his show by this time, his big claim to fame is this Google search, making t-shirts, all this shit. Why hasn't he had Richard Green on his show? Anybody wonder that? Think about that. How about all you guys that like love him to death? Go ask him, go pay him a super chat and say, why don't you get Richard Green on your channel and interview him and talk about this Google search at 227? Richard Green will never go on his channel. Richard Green will never talk about that Google search or anything to do with this case unless he is compelled to do so. Promise. On May 17th, okay, I said that. May 21st, 2024. Okay. Aidan publishes another part, lied their way through their testimony. Okay, this was day. So basically he's on one of his lives when this is, in trial. And he's like, they're just lying their way through their testimony. He claimed that they all have nearly identical, well-rehearsed stories, which isn't surprising because they've had 2 years to make sure that they have them straight and that their lives depend on the consistency. Aidan, you were arrested in 2023. It is 2026. How have you not gone to trial yet? For measly, as you want to say, this bullshit, charges against you. 3 fucking years. Karen Reed did 2 trials within 2 years. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Pussy. Wah, wah, wah. After he says all this in the same, live, he then also explains that all of the plaintiffs were caught in lies at some point during their testimony. He doesn't even realize that he's contradicting himself. Like, so wait, what was it? Did they all have the same story, or were they caught lying and have different stories? Fucking idiot. I don't ask people questions I know the answers to. Awesome, Matt. You're the curious one. I'm not curious. I'm asking you people that support what he's done. I don't ask questions I know the answer to. That's my answer to that one. You're the curious one. I don't need to ask him that. On June 7, 2024, Aidan Kearney joined the Morning Club YouTube channel to discuss the Reed trial. After being praised for literally creating all of the fanfare surrounding the Reed, trial, Aidan Kearney touted that people believed, in response to Aidan Kearney's coverage of the case, that the plaintiffs engaged in a legitimate cover-up and a framing of an innocent woman in order to protect some of the most unlikable people ever. Like, it's not like they're trying to cover up and protect likable, nice people. Like, they are protecting Jennifer McCabe, who nobody likes. She's like a Disney villain. She's so bad. And like, you're protecting her of all people. No, I'm over here saying, if you would have actually done an ounce of investigative journalism, you could have probably uncovered all of the stuff about Sean Good and Trooper Proctor years ago. That's how you could have done something. On June 22nd, 2024, Aidan Kearney hosted his weekend live show as Reed's defense team began presenting their case. During the show, Aidan Kearney directed comments towards a member of the Albert family and said, "Your family murdered a cop, a human being," and then they covered it up. Then they blamed an innocent woman. This is not an opinion. It is a fact. It is an undeniable fact. The bigger injustice is that John O'Keefe was murdered by the McAlberts and left outside to die. In March 2025, HBO released a 5-part docuseries covering Karen Reed's first trial in depth, which featured interviews with Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti, filmed during Reed's first trial. Episode 2 features the relationship that developed between Reed and Aidan Kearney before and during trial. Yannetti admitted that they wanted media coverage of her case. Initially, there was no coverage, but according to Yannetti, the Karen Reed case really started to blow up when Turtle Boy started shining a light on Karen's innocence. End quote. Yannetti did not disclose that it was Reed and her team who recruited Aidan Kearney to disseminate Reed's false statements. Dude. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Awesome, Matt. I just love that you're here for all the episodes. So thank you. Reed admitted that her lawyer said that she could provide information to Aidan Kearney so long as it was public. I think that you are allowed to do that, but advised her not to speak with him directly. Nevertheless, she said she got nervous about who she was using as a third party. So she ended up developing a direct relationship with Aidan Kearney herself. They started talking about the case probably once a day, 5-6 days a week. Reed, however, failed to disclose to HBO that her attorneys on her behalf were directly communicating with Aidan Kearney at the outset of the defamation scheme. They were talking even before it. Get that 401 phone. In the same HBO series, one of Aidan Kearney's followers admitted that Aidan Kearney had spurred them to take public action. Another admitted that Turtle Boy was the reason there were people outside the courthouse every single day. The documentary features footage of Aidan Kearney conceding that his purpose in canvassing the communities and creating a daily courthouse presence was to affect the jury pool. Aidan Kearney's followers were so incendiary that the judge created a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse in order that no one carry any signs or wear clothing, with the intent to influence what was happening inside during the trial. Nevertheless, Aidan Kearney's followers, who were steepled in his lies about the plaintiffs, showed up every day chanting "Free Karen Reed" and wearing pink as a symbol of their support. The run up to Reed's retrial. See, again, this flow. This flow is, it's a good way to do it. I think it's the only way to do it. On July 1st, 2024, a mistrial was declared in Reed's first trial after 8 jurors decided that Reed was guilty of manslaughter, but 4 jurors disagreed. Following the deadlock, the Commonwealth announced its intentions to retry her. Aidan Kearney again, July 22nd, 2024. Aidan Kearney hosted a live show from outside the courtroom during a pre-trial hearing. The video, which is set outside the courthouse, depicts Aidan Kearney confronting a police officer who is directing Aidan Kearney away from an individual whom the court had restrained Aidan Kearney from contacting. That's that Lindsay Gaetani? I don't know. Aidan Kearney proceeded to harass other supporters of the O'Keefe family outside the courthouse by saying they're just supporting cop killers. They're supporting the cop killing McAlberts. That's what they're doing. That's what we're doing here. Or that's what they're here to do. These are the cop killing McAlberts. These are the people supporting the cop killers who murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. He asked the bystanders, "Are you proud to support cop killers like the McAlberts?" He continued, "I didn't kill someone like Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and they all did. I didn't kill anyone, but they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood." Recording himself. On July 29, 2024, Aidan Kearney published part 382 of his Canton cover-up series. In this post, Aidan Kearney explained, "I've been fighting for justice for John for the last 15 months. I sacrificed my freedom for that. But because the O'Keefe family can't get over their hatred for Karen Reed, and they have too much pride to admit that they've been conned by John's killers, they want me to rot in prison." This motherfucker, this is total enraging, outrageous conduct, okay? Yeah, like people believe this motherfucker didn't go to jail because of that, y'all. Oh, shit. Yes, there are ladies in here and sometimes minors because hopefully, why would any minors watch this? They don't even know about the law. Who watches this stuff? That's why I lost my freedom, man. I spent 60 days in jail. Fuck, you didn't spend 60. You spent 60 days in jail because you put your hands on a fucking female, you fucking idiot. Okay? Yeah. And this woman accused you of what's that word? I don't want to say on air. Who the fuck makes up with someone that accuses you of doing that? Sick. What is that teaching your kids? What a nasty motherfucker, man. And she's just as fucking nasty. McNasties. Call them the McNasties. Fucking on the first date. 4 kids, 4 fucking daddies. Fuck all that. Just go cut your lip again. Both sick fucks. Trolling ass. Ratchet fucking Island. Exactly that. Yep. It's exactly what it is. He turned a Boston police officer's murder case into a Ratchetville, where everybody just comes. Nasty fuck shit, man. Woo! On August 17, 2024, Aidan Kearney hosted his weekend live show. In his show, Aidan Kearney discussed a documentary about Scott Peterson's involvement in Lacey Peterson's murder in 2002. Oh, that's interesting. He stated that that's how I view the McAlberts. The same way those reporters viewed Scott Peterson, I view the McAlberts. He is so fucking dumb. He is comparing a case is not comparable. Okay. Just unbelievable. Just so stupid. So like just ridiculous. I didn't view the McAlberts as witnesses. I view them as murderers because they are. Like, they're fucking murderers. They put this in my charging document. So let me say it again in case I wasn't clear the first 1,000 times that I've said this. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. They did. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe because it wasn't Karen Reed. Well, that's this whole because it wasn't Karen Reed is absolutely laughable. Then you're an idiot. Because I'm over here like, hey, why don't you ask Karen Reed if maybe she didn't take him to 34 fucking Fairview? And maybe she thought 34 fucking Fairview was on, where Lank's home is. Hog Heaven, Oakdale, where Oakdale is, where all the fucking stairs are and all the walking steps are, you stupid fucks. How dare you say that, Lana? How dare you follow the evidence? How dare you look at those digital fucking footprints and say, hey, what's going on over here? Wait, who lives over here? Why would John have ever gotten out of the car on Oakdale? Oh, wait, what does Sean Good know? Sean Good knows about a fucking blizzard party. Oh yeah, but I was here. I've been stuck here. What party was he talking about? You know, the Sean Good who is a racist piece of shit. You know, the Sean Good who was playing parking lot with the cars to get the dash cam off of them, looking for evidence when they were using the blower. Please sit down. Karen Reed had no idea. She'd never been to those places before. Okay. So if Karen Reed's saying in an interview that it was so dark, okay, so dark, it looked like nobody was there. Do you think that would represent the 34 Fairview, what 34 Fairview looked like that day? She has a big old truck right behind her with their lights on, flashing at her, boom. She's got a fucking car full of driveway car full of people with their cars out. You got people staring out the window with the lights all on. And Karen Reed's over here doing an interview talking about how the house looked like there was nobody there. Well, I don't know, Karen. Maybe you're not at fucking 34 Fairview. Okay. And where you dropped John off to go run into the house, he told you to go to this place because, I don't know, maybe what? Maybe it's something you don't want to tell anybody where you guys went first, but it looks like y'all were at where all those steps happen are literally at 33 Oakdale. And that's right where Lank's house is. So everybody can suck a big fat fucking titty. That's what I brought to the table. And I said, hey, what if they argued and John gets out of the car there? Because then his phone and the movements of it getting into a different vehicle and driving to 34 Fairview, right? It's not moving with Karen Reed's vehicle. And I said, and if you look at the geofence where Karen Reed is pinging off of, the last time when she's in that area is over there by Oakdale, not off 34 Fairview. It's like she went the other way, which wouldn't be going up that street. And and it's just like, why would you believe Karen Reed knows and remembers exactly where she was and where she dropped off? The reason I call it hog heaven, guys, is because at least 2 cops live on that street, Lank and the guy that's the canine officer. They live like, it would be Lank's house, another house, and then that dude's house. And y'all want to talk about a dog bites, okay? Well, and then you guys want to talk about why, whatever, like, people get rid of dogs and blah, blah. Well, to keep your stupid asses on the wrong path, maybe that's why. So it's hog heaven. I call it hog heaven over there because of the people that live on Oakdale. All right. And, but if John gets out of the vehicle over on Oakdale, right, that's where all of his steps begin. That's where the stairs are registered. And so you're telling me that if actually they got into a fight and he gets out of the car, okay, and then he gets into somebody else's car that's actually going over there. Now, what did Lana just create? Why just created the most amazing situation for Karen Reed and for the House defendants? Because is it possible that why would these 2 people, groups of people, they're going into this huge civil battle where everything's coming out, you know, stuff that was, I guess you could say, protected and whatnot, like people's financials, people's phones, who they were calling, when they called them, text messages, all this shit. When you sue somebody, you're opening yourself up, okay? And it's like, is there a way that actually the people inside the house, okay, and Karen Reed, you know, didn't do it and somebody else did, and then they were the person that framed, maybe the frame was originally going to be, I don't know, the Alberts, Brian Albert, okay? And then that changed. And when you want to talk about who the fuck someone like a Sean Good is, I'm just saying, I think that to totally dismiss who lives all on Oakdale, and it's not just those 2, Lank and that other canine cop. There's other 2 people on that street that have connections to. I'm not going to announce it. They can go do their own fucking work or go find some of my old videos where I out it. But his glass and straw, listen, his glass and straw is that still can be at the scene in whatever vehicle he got in and then got out of over there. But I'm telling you, the most telling thing with John's situation here is that the phone of John's at 12:31, however many seconds it is, it's the pocket state for me. Okay. His phone goes into that pocket state. And that means that wherever it's put, if it was put into, like, let's say a glove compartment, yep, it's completely dark. It could be put into a glove compartment and then it was shut, boom. That would work. And then when you're driving around the vehicle, there's no steps accumulating. And that's why it actually shows John's throughout the night at different points in time. John's moving. He could be in like a radius that's like ridiculously so many like thousands of meters. And so I just think that for Karen Reed not to think and ask herself, is it at all possible that when John got out of the vehicle and you saw him walk into a house, how do you know that he was walking into 34 Fairview if you've never been there before? Why couldn't it have been that he got out on Oakdale as he was talking to, Jennifer McCabe, because he's getting out and then he's punching in then that address and going with the Waze is going to be him in a different vehicle. And Karen sat there and was looking all around and doesn't see anybody around. I mean, don't you think that makes way more sense than Karen Reed just sitting at 34 Fairview and she knows all these people and can, you know how close the road is to the door, to the front door? I've been there. Okay. This isn't, you don't have to squint to see what's going on. You're going to see people clear as motherfucking day. Okay. And no, that wouldn't make, in my opinion, that it wouldn't make Karen Reed seem like she doesn't know what's going on or whatnot. I thought that I dropped him off there, but when she went ahead and came out and said after trial 1, she says it in interviews in trial 2, that she wants to say, oh yeah, John did type it into his Waze and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you sitting in an interview admitting this? Now, where was that beforehand? That never came out. It didn't. She does this interview and states this shit after trial 1. And then you hear Yannetti and Alan Jackson saying that everything was strategic and we wouldn't change everything. Karen Reed was doing those interviews for a purpose and it was for a reason. So whatever. But hey, Karen Reed nope, I was at 34 Fairview. That's where I was. Yep, sure. Okay. Well, the digital evidence looks so bad for Karen Reed. And everybody can say all day that, yeah, but the car wasn't what killed him. He didn't collide with, the vehicle. I'm doing some work on ARCA. I want to see what cases they've testified in. I want to know who was the person that put ARCA in charge of all they were designed and picked to do in this federal probe and investigation was to see if the glass could shatter if it was thrown at the taillight, if it would make it break. That's all they were asked to do. You guys, nobody testified that they saw Karen Reed. You understand that, right? Nobody said, did you see who was in the front seat? Could you identify her today? Yep, right there. That's who I saw. Show me that. Show me that testimony where they identified Karen Reed as sitting in the front seat of that. It was a female. But you show me where any of these people testified that they saw Karen Reed. They also testified that they didn't see anybody else in the passenger seat. These are also people that have been drinking all fucking day. Eyewitness testimony is the worst. It just doesn't look good for Karen Reed that she wants to say that she thought that she could have clipped him. I don't even know how that fucking comes out of your mouth. You're waiting there. The guy never comes back. You get pissed and you drive away. How do you never text Higgins? Higgins and say, Because he texted you that night. Well, I'm saying if you want to go ahead and believe Karen's version of events, in which version are you going to believe? She's given so many different versions. Was it that she was sick and her stomach hurt and that's why she left and she wasn't planning on staying at all? I pointed this out in so many of my episodes that I couldn't believe that Alan Jackson's over here saying Karen has always maintained that she went to 34 Fairview and she dropped him off and that she waited there because he was supposed to just go in, check out make sure they were invited or whatever, and then come right out and come and get her. And then the biggest lie of all comes at the next sentence, which was Karen texted and called him while she was there. And that's not accurate. Karen Reed's first phone calls to John O'Keefe were at 12:33 and some change. First, they said that she made multiple calls before she left the property because she was frustrated. And that's when she, said the messages. Well, I'll give you 100 tries to make it from 34 Fairview onto the Wi-Fi at John's by 12:36. There is no way in hell you can make that drive at 12:34 and some change to get on the Wi-Fi by 12:36. But go ahead, keep trying. You could try. I'll give you 100 tries. I'll give you 1,000 tries. I'll give you 1,000,000 tries. So that what that means is that it's a false memory that you've created. You cannot possibly remember sitting there on the side of the road, picking up your phone and texting or calling John from sitting there. And it's like, where the fuck are you? Where are you? Like, John, like, what's going on? Like, this is what she says in her interviews. And it's like, that can't be a memory because you can't possibly make it back and be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. And then so I went and searched through all this discovery to see when did Karen Reed's defense get the discovery that provided them with the information of when Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi of John's house. Because Alan Jackson had to have made that statement before ever getting that information. And so I just believe that Alan Jackson just listened to his client and just said, dude, I called him. Like, this is me calling him. I called him a couple times and then I left. Okay. Well, 12:33 and some change is just the first call. If she called them, a couple is 2, several is more than 2. So then she couldn't leave till when? How is she getting on the Wi-Fi at 12:36 and some change? You cannot have this memory because it could not have happened. And she's saying that. And that's a problem for me. That's something I can't get past. I have a problem with that. But do I find Karen Reed not guilty? Yes, I would find anybody not guilty who sat in that chair every single day of the week, twice on Sunday, because this investigation, these investigators, fuck them. Fuck the work that they thought that they could do, especially in a police officer's case. Like, God, fuck them. Nobody is getting convicted on the work that those officers did. Nobody. And so, yes, you acquit Karen Reed. You acquit anybody that's ever going to be in that chair. Because the evidence will never be there. It'll be flawed for anybody who's in that chair. So, you saw the way that Karen just walked into the waterfall bar, had no problem just like walking in there. She led the way into the waterfall bar. She didn't need to say, hey, John, you go first. I don't know anybody. So I find it hard to believe that she wouldn't be. I mean, I don't know. I would have fucking laid on my horn. Why am I going to leave to then only call him? She called him repeatedly like she didn't know where he was, you guys. Do you know how many times she called? Does anybody have any clue what she did. I mean, this is a repeated like ring, 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 ring. Voicemail picks up, hang up, and then call right again. Voicemail, call right back over and 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 over. And then here and there, sprinkling them with, messages. Why the fuck would you leave where he is to go do that shit? And why do one of the messages say, nobody knows where you're at, John? Nobody knows where you're at. What the fuck are you talking about? You said he's at way more than 51 calls. I believe it was more than 51 calls. That's not accurate. Nobody knows where you're at. What do you mean? You know that he's at 34 Fairview. We all have fucking GPS. Put in 34 Fairview. You have Facebook. Go on Facebook and make a phone call to Jennifer McCabe's Facebook, Facebook to Facebook call. Aren't these the things, like, if Jennifer McCabe's like, you're close to them and you're close to her, whatever. I mean, if I was pissed and I just left him, fuck him, I'm leaving. I'm not calling him over and over and over and over. Like, for why? And then to say, nobody knows where you're at, John. The fuck are you talking about? Nobody knows where he's at. Now, that type of a comment makes sense if you're at hog heaven over there, and then he gets out and he kind of just walks away, and then you don't know where he's at, so you're just fucking chilling over there on Oakdale Ave. And here he got in, he took his steps. Maybe he went inside to one of those houses, went downstairs, came up, gets in a car, goes on over. But nobody knows where you're at. The fuck are you talking about? If everything's true, which you've claimed, you knew where he was, and you could have just, when you woke up in the morning, why didn't you go straight to 34 Fairview? Why did you go to the waterfall bar? And I don't want to hear this shit that, well, Jen told me anything, because what Carrie Roberts told Sean Good in a recorded phone call to the police is really interesting to me. Why is Carrie Roberts talking about the waterfall bar? On September 14th, okay, next. Okay. On October 18th, 2024, Karen Reed publicly acknowledged for the first time her long-standing relationship with Aidan Kearney. In an interview given to Dateline NBC, oh, then it is. If it's Dateline NBC, then yeah, no, that's right. Dateline is with NBC. Maybe I'm thinking of 2020 is ABC. Anyways, Reed admitted to speaking with Aidan Kearney on the phone almost every day for like 20 minutes. On November 4th, 2024, Aidan Kearney posted on his official X account a photo of Brian Albert and stated, Brian Albert went out for lunch today at the Longwood Galleria in Boston. It didn't go the way he hoped. I'd share my thoughts on this, but when I did that with Chris Albert, I was indicted for witness intimidation. So for now, I'll just say that even if they get away with what they did to John O'Keefe, this is going to be their life moving forward. Should have come out of the house. On January 20, 2025, Aidan Kearney published part 466 of his Canton cover-up series in response to a claim by one of the McAlbert's friends that she was harassed by a turtle rider. The name for Aidan Kearney's followers. In public, Aidan Kearney stated, the fact that Jennifer McCabe has to cover her face in public like this because everywhere she goes, people immediately see her face and recognize her as a cop killer is a great thing. Fucking idiot. On April 24th, 2025, ABC released an episode of Impact X Nightline in anticipation of Reed's retrial, which featured interviews with Reed and Jackson. In it, Reed's attorney Jackson stated, referring to the plaintiffs, there are people in that house that are actually responsible for his death and who murdered him. And there are others in the house who are covering up that murder. Jackson also specifically refers to McCabe as being involved in a cover-up. Something was going on with John laying in that snow in that front yard. That means that this was a cover-up. John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside, and Jennifer McCabe knows that. The retrial and acquittal of Karen Reed on April 1st, 2025, the second trial of Karen Reed begins with jury selection. As part of that trial, the Commonwealth subpoenaed Aidan Kearney to provide testimony. On April 16th, 2025, Aidan, through his counsel, informed the trial court that if the Commonwealth called him as a witness, Aidan Kearney would invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. In support of that assertion, Aidan Kearney's counsel asked the court to take judicial notice of the 16 indictments against Aidan Kearney. Aidan Kearney was present in the courtroom when his counsel invoked the Fifth Amendment on his behalf. In contrast, the plaintiffs each testified under oath several times, including during the first trial of Karen Reed. The plaintiffs never invoked their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination in connection with any testimony or statement to law enforcement. On April 23rd, and so this right here, I believe there's a live out there where Aidan Kearney says that Jennifer McCabe invoked her, like she basically terminated the interview with the feds, and I think she asked for her lawyer to be present. That's what has been put out by Aidan, which, for the record, is what I would suggest every single person, especially when you are innocent of something, to do. If you talk to a cop without an attorney, you are a moron. On April 23rd, 2025, O'Keefe's mother testified. Aidan Kearney reacted on a weekday live showing by stating, "She's on the side of evil." He argued that O'Keefe's mother is proudly friends with the people who quite obviously killed her son. Like, if that were my mother and I was killed, my mother would be looking for answers. I could say so many things right now, but I'm just not like Aidan. And she wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm just going to be easily manipulated. I mean, Jennifer McCabe is a master manipulator. No, that's you, Aidan. That's you. Jennifer McCabe hasn't said a fucking word. Hasn't said a word. What has Jennifer McCabe said? He's such a fucking idiot. Jennifer McCabe's going to own you. All these motherfuckers are going to own you. You're going to be working every day and just paying them as it should be. Maybe I'll give Richard Green a call myself and interview Richard Green myself. Let's see if Richard Green's doing interviews. She's really good at fooling stupid people, says Aidan. Nope, that's what you do with your people. And she's very lucky that the guy she helped kill John O'Keefe was surrounded by a lot of stupid people. Like, there's a lot of stupid people in John's life. What an idiot. How do you people watch this man? He is just a fucking straight out of Tardville. On April 21st, 2025, Aidan Kearney took to X in response to a post claiming that the Free Karen Read movement should be ashamed of the way they treated O'Keefe's mother. Yeah, inciting, creating outrage. Aidan Kearney replied, "Your friends murdered this woman's son. Every pain she's feeling right now is a direct result of the McAlberts and Brian Higgins murdering John O'Keefe." What? He just throws in Higgins here. You probably call these people friends. You guys should watch the Paul O'Keefe interview again. It will hit way differently if you do. Maybe I'll even fucking play it here so everybody can just really think about it. Okay. Nothing you say or think matters at all. Despite quite literally engaging in divisive language, Kearney later posted on X, "The idea that the Canton community is divided is a lie. The media spreads to make it sound like there are two equal competing sides to the Karen Read case. There is no divide. There is the vast majority who knows the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe." God, he was such a puppet. Dude. What an idiot. I just can't even. Read herself also published more defamatory statements regarding the plaintiffs during her retrial. On May 1st, 2025, following McCabe's testimony, Read spoke to reporters outside the courthouse about McCabe claiming another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say, referring to McCabe. Read then said, "She is lying." You know, if you really truly want to be objective, so let me get this straight. The Read camp can say that Proctor is a piece of shit, lied in all these reports, right? Made up all this shit, blah, 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 right? But the moment that anybody on the stand that was asked, "Did you say this?" because they're referencing a report that was written by Proctor, and they're like, "No, we didn't," or "I didn't." "Oh, so Michael Proctor's lying if he wrote this." Yeah, he'd be mistaken. Like, then on May 8th, 2025, Aidan Kearney went live outside the courthouse wearing a t-shirt with a still of McCabe on the stand. He explained that he was walking the peripheral of the buffer zone and hoped to not be in a violation with the shirt on. He went around speaking to protesters outside the courthouse with people coming from as far as California and Georgia. People stopped to take pictures with him, and people handed him money, to which he responded, "People just give me cash. It's nice." Read knew that her statements regarding McCabe and others, like the same type of statements that she fed to Aidan Kearney, were untrue and were intended to deflect from her own culpability. During the retrial, the prosecution presented footage of an interview with Read and Yannetti. During the interview, Read acknowledged that she previously expressed concern to Yannetti that she was responsible for O'Keefe's death, quote unquote. "And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions. The night of January 29th, like, David, what if I ran his foot over, or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out and or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out?" And David said, "Then yeah, you have some element of culpability." Isn't that interesting that she said the words "throw up"? Don't you think it's interesting that she said, "What if I ran over his foot?" Or "What if I clipped him?" Why the fuck would you ever think that? You guys, think about it. Why would you ever say that? That makes no sense. If you watched a motherfucker walk into a house or just to the threshold or whatever the fuck you want to say, how the fuck does it go from that to what if I clipped him? It's not a possibility. That's like saying, what if I had a dick? Well, you don't. The fuck? Then you'd be my aunt or my uncle. You know, if you had a vagina, you'd be my aunt, you know, but you have a dick, so you're my uncle. Okay? I mean, fuck, people. The news said they had video. They didn't, though. That's not, no, that was a written one little thing, and it was corrected immediately. And I explained this at the beginning. Karen Reed, where is it ever said that Karen Reed says, they told me that they had a video? And so therefore I'm like, oh my God, what if video of what? That was never said by anybody. That was used after the fact by fucking Turtle Boy to try to fucking enrage and outrage people. Fucking A, man. You would never, ever, ever say that you thought that you clipped him if you saw the motherfucker walk through a door. You would also be demanding answers if you're the type of person who, like Karen is, like logical and blah, blah. Like when you got back to that house, hey, do you know these people? Do you know this person, this person, this person, this person? These are all the people that we were at the waterfall bar with. Okay. And then John wanted to go back and go over to the house that we were invited to go to, Brian Albert. Okay. He went in there and I sat there and I waited. He never came out. I left. Here's my phone. I was calling him over and over and over, beginning at 12:33. Wouldn't you fucking sit there and talk about, I mean, you have this relationship with Paul. You fucking gave him all this money so he could get out of a DUI or whatever the fuck y'all did. And you're not like saying things like, this doesn't make any sense. You guys, I watched him go in to the house. How the fuck is he on the lawn in the snow? They corrected it the next day. Facts. I'll show you. And they corrected it the next day. I have it. I already looked it up. It was corrected the next day. I'd be saying, who are these people? Are you going to tell them the truth? I was flirting with a guy named Higgins. Okay. I think that he got into it with John. He texted me at the bar and he said, well, I ignored him. And then when we're driving over there, John gets a text from him, you know. And then when he got out of the car, I see him go in. I was waiting. He was supposed to come back out and tell me that we were invited. He never does. I start calling him. And I just have a horrible feeling, but I think that this Higgins guy did something. And I think he confronted John about us making out. What? I mean, yeah. Here, look at my phone. Look at this. Like I was calling him all night. I don't know. If this family and me are close, I cannot imagine being close and being over the house all the time and seeing John's dad all the time because they would come over and be around the kids. I don't know how I could just like leave. Even if these people were like looking at me weird, I would say something. I'd be like, you guys think I fucking had something to do with this? No. John wanted to go and talk to these people, blah, blah. He's been, something's weird about this. I think that there was a fight in that house. I saw him. He had like, when I was like trying to even mouth to mouth, he had a huge, like, I don't. I would be demanding to know what the fuck happened. And to me, when you listen to what Paul says, is how we knew that Karen did something is because she left and didn't like. She left in the middle of a blizzard and took her fucking truck with her. And both vehicles were drove out of here. And so I don't know anything to anybody about PBJ, about anything about John's lacerations or anything. I'm talking about statements at the moment. I'm not talking about wounds. You guys want to talk about wounds here? I'll give you an example. How the fuck did Sharilla? How did she not get killed in that crash going 100 miles an hour? How about that? Moreover, during the Commonwealth's closing arguments, the Commonwealth showed a clip from an interview with Reed in the HBO documentary with a smirk on her face. Well, I wouldn't even be writing that, but whatever. Reed explains, the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it? And it's just like, how do you not read this and say, here she's admitting that she said it. So it's not like Jennifer McCabe made that up by saying, well, I don't know. I have no idea why Karen is saying that. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I hit him. This is what she's screaming. I don't know. So right there is proof to me that she's over here saying that she said those words, right? And so it's not like Jennifer McCabe made that up. Because I'd be adamant to say, I didn't fucking say that shit. Fuck all these pieces of shit. I wasn't saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Oh my God, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. It's my fault. And then Alan Jackson, like the good attorney he is, you want to switch that up and you want to say, well, did any of you guys arrest my client? She's confessing to a crime. She's in shock. Right? So on June 4th, Aidan Kearney posted a video recapping day 27 of the Reed retrial. In response to the testimony of Brian Lucky Loughran, a plow driver who testified on the defense's behalf, Aidan Kearney said, I run Canton. I'm the mayor of Canton. I'm the most powerful person in Canton. Lucky, you don't have to worry about them anymore. The big wolf is dead. I slayed them. The McCabe's and Alberts are nothing. Referencing the McCabe's and the Alberts, he continued, they're pissing their pants every single day, counting down the days of their freedom, like Jennifer McCabe is every day. She's a free woman. She is grateful for her freedom because she knows that she's going to spend a significant amount of time in federal prison. And it's going to be glorious when that happens. Defendant's defamation campaign continues after trial concludes. On June 18, 2025, immediately following the conclusion of the retrial, Aidan Kearney was interviewed by NBC 10 in Boston. During the interview, he said, the people who murdered John O'Keefe are out there. They're the McCabe's and the Alberts, and John O'Keefe went into their home, never came out alive. And they threw him on the lawn like trash. When asked if he felt responsible for the verdict, Aidan Kearney explained that he was responsible for the social media aspect of it. He also explained that he'd like to think that some of the evidence that was presented to the jury in court was a result of his journalism and his influence and his activism online. The evidence in the case? What evidence? He also applauded himself for conducting standouts, putting up billboards all over Norfolk County for Free Karen Reed, and making it impossible for people not to know about the case. Aidan Kearney was also asked, who killed John O'Keefe? To which he responded, the people inside Brian Albert's house. Dude, I don't know who exactly delivered the fatal blow, but Brian Albert was in there. Colin Albert was in there. Brian Higgins was in there. And the dog was in there. And quite frankly, every single person inside that house who has remained silent, nobody has remained silent. You got to ask them all these questions during a trial, you know what I mean? Cross-examine them. You could have called them as your own witnesses. You could have called the people that were there earlier and then supposedly left. Why didn't they call any of those people? Why didn't they call Scanlon to the stand? Why didn't they call, all these things that they were saying? Because guess what? There has to be some relevancy here in the line of question that you're going to ask. But I mean, I think it would be relevant to ask if there was any fighting, going on at the party before the parents, I guess you could say, arrived. Why? How about this? Why did those people leave? I don't know, because there was a fucking storm coming, probably. That just makes the most sense to me. I mean, where's the logical question of, you want to talk about a car that's missing from the driveway? Where's Nicole's vehicle? Where's Nicole's Escalade? Or it wasn't an Escalade. It was like the Cadillac, like the smaller version of the SUV. They did it. On June 19, 2025, Aidan Kearney posted a live YouTube video discussing the retrial. Within the first 10 seconds of Aidan Kearney being on camera, he remarked that there were already over 10,000 people streaming the video. He hustled the listeners to subscribe to his page, and within the first 5 minutes, he had surpassed 143,000 subscribers to hit his YouTube channel. 35 minutes into the program, Aidan Kearney explained that over 20,000 people were watching the live stream and that it was the biggest show he'd ever had. He explained that if they had a message that they wanted him to read aloud to everyone, they could donate to him using the link attached to the chat. And they could pay whatever amount of money they want, and they could write a message. For example, an individual by the name of Oksana sent him $150. Is this fucking person on Twitter? Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? It is, isn't it? Sent him $150 to say, what? You did it, Aidan. You did it. You stared down an entire system built on lies and corruption and intimidation, and you never blinked. Nope, he just fucking threw tantrums. Karen Reed walks free. An individual named Allison sent him $10 to say, I can't imagine the pride and emotion you felt seeing all your hard work come to fruition. All his hard work, motherfucker didn't do shit. Damn. During the same program, Aidan Kearney admitted that when the jurors came in after deliberating, but before announcing the verdict, two of the jurors looked to him and smiled at him. Aidan Kearney also admitted that he was invited to the celebration dinner with Karen Reed and her defense team after the verdict. He wasn't invited. He invited himself, but whatever. At the dinner, Aidan Kearney and Reed posed for the picture below, mocking Colin Albert. Mocking Colin Albert. Interesting. Not oh yeah, because it's that fist picture. Aidan Kearney then posted the photo on X. He acknowledged that he and Reed had spoken about recreating the picture with the same caption over 2 years prior. Yeah, this motherfucker just can't keep his mouth. You know, last two I'd fuck with. Come on, Karen, you're going to give me this. I did all this shit. I can't get a picture. We can't get some fists. Come on, we're going to go fister fucking around town. You fistafuckers. We're the fistafuckers. Well, whoo-wee. That's all the fuck he cares about. Stupid fucking social media. Well, it's going to get him in lots of trouble. What a stupid idiot. Let's go take these pictures, Karen. Karen will win. Can't wait for discovery and new trials. I will take that bet all day. Holly, come back. I'll bet you. Friendly bet that this civil case, yeah, I'll take that bet all day. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is the preponderance of the evidence, and it's just one tossing block over. Okay, on November 2nd, 2025, Aidan Kearney hosted his weekend live show in which he reacted to a podcast that he had previously appeared on speaking about the Reed case. In the podcast, Aidan Kearney admitted that he protected Karen Reed and that he lied to Boston Magazine about their relationship. This is where I was trying to tell you guys. I was like, this motherfucker is such an idiot. He admitted that he protected Karen Reed and that he lied to Boston Magazine about their relationship. He explained that Reed's team did not want to be publicly associated with him. They wanted him to do the work of getting the story out there about what the McAlberts have done. He admitted that he understood the assignment. He admitted that he understood it would be dangerous if her team were publicly tied to him, but that privately they praised him and that they fully supported him. In the same video, Aidan Kearney also admitted that he approached McCabe in the past to ask her questions at the direct request of Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti. Like this motherfucker, man. God damn you, Aidan. You know. But he was doing this on purpose, you guys, because Karen Reed, he's over here like, I'm about to get fucked. Like, why aren't we doing these, why aren't we going on this media horror tour, do all these cities and get paid $150,000 a piece? Why are you turning down $1 million? You're fucking up my money. And so what he started doing is he started setting off like little, he was like a Unabomber, but for himself, because every time he would do this, yeah, he's blowing up Karen Reed's spot, but he's also blowing off his own dick. And that's where Alan Jackson's over here in Yannetti. And these people are just like, dude, this kid can't be that dumb. Like, he's not going to say a word because he would be taking himself down. Well, you guys have no idea who you're dealing with. And this man would blow off his own dick. Okay. And that's all he's been doing is he probably has no dick right now because he's been taking a little bit off every time. So he's dickless, a coward, dickless prick. But I think that Alan Jackson is just like, what is wrong with this dude? Like, he said what? He's doing what? On January 12th, 2026, Reed participated in her first podcast interview since her criminal trial ended with Rotten Mango. When asked, "What do you think happened to John O'Keefe?" Reed responded that he entered the house at 34 Fairview, and much sooner than later, he met his demise. She bluntly concluded that someone in the house killed John O'Keefe, referring to the plaintiffs. On April 16, 2026, the plaintiffs filed this suit. Shortly after being served with the complaint, Aidan Kearney reposted defamatory material concerning the plaintiffs that he had previously published. For example, on April 20th, 2026, Aidan Kearney reposted a third-party post that shared Kearney's Canton Cover-Up blog from April 20th of 2023, wherein Aidan Kearney falsely stated that the men inside of 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022 were involved in the actual killing of John O'Keefe, and that McCabe stood by their side and helped them cover up the crime. On May 9th, 2026, Aidan Kearney posted a live YouTube video encouraging his followers to attend and protest a fundraiser hosted by a supporter of the plaintiffs, and stating that the fundraiser was being held for, quote unquote, the people that framed Karen Reed for murder. The people that framed Karen Reed for murder, and that referring to, among others, the plaintiffs, they killed John O'Keefe. Kearney continued, the trolls are like, oh my God, he's doubling down saying that, of course, I'm doubling down. You think I'm going to stop saying that these people killed John O'Keefe because they sued me? Why would I stop saying that? I believe it. I know it to be true. I believe the delusions of my own, I believe this, man. He is just an idiot, man. Oh, for fuck's sake. Turtle Boy wouldn't have any of this info if it weren't for Karen. It's all her fault. She needs to pay the McElberts millions. Oh, for fuck. Their arguments against Karen are ridiculously weak in comparison to what they have on the turtle dude. Yes and no. You're going to see why, because I think Aidan doesn't have anything. Nothing. He can't believe this fucking bullshit. Okay? Because Aidan didn't come up with this on his own. Aidan did no research. You understand that? Aidan didn't, that's not what this was. This was not an independent, let me look into this shit. Let me look into this case. Oh. So he's cool with being an errand boy. He's just a bitch boy. That's what he's always been. For heaven's sakes, look at what the fuck he covers. Goddamn. Have you guys seen his episodes before this? You guys saw what Jess Machado and Broken Baker were doing, right? That's the shit he covers. He should have both of them on and do a live mediation of it. That's who he was before the Karen Reed case. And now he's literally kissing the people's asses. And this is another move out of his playbook. The whole Hadassah thing back in the day, and that whole Chrissy thing, that whole saga. Well, now he's over here praising Rachel Rollins. What? Don't even get me started. He's just a fucking idiot. On May 17th, 2026, Aidan Kearney posted a live YouTube video fundraising for his defense fees in the instant action, where he hosted, among others, Yannetti. Oh, shit. During the video, Yannetti admitted for the first time, despite multiple public comments to the contrary, that he had maintained direct contact with Aidan Kearney regarding Reed and her criminal case since at least April of 2023. God damn. Yannetti admitted that the reason he needed to involve Aidan Kearney at that time was because he had previously contacted other media reporters who told Yannetti that, quote unquote, this case is done. You couldn't get anybody to touch this case with a 10-foot pole, end quote. Yannetti later urged Kearney's followers to donate to Kearney's cause. In the same fundraising video, Aidan Kearney stated that Reed was framed for murder and that O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview by some sort of combination of Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, the dog, and Colin Albert. That's what I believe. And I believe that Jennifer McCabe played a pretty big part in covering up that murder and murdering Officer O'Keefe as well. I can't believe that people can actually read this and say to themselves, wow, we were lied to in a public campaign to fight corruption and raised $1 million because we thought this was all a grassroots campaign that an independent journalist with ethics and morals and values and due diligence and that did all this himself. Because remember, the defense was giving him credit for saying that he revealed the federal investigation. That's where they got the material from. Unbelievable. On May 24, 2026, Aidan Kearney published a video on the platforms he controls in which he falsely stated that Brian Albert was involved in a murder. Let me be very clear about that. Christopher, Maddie, because I know you're going to watch this and clip this motherfucker. Yes, clip that motherfucker. Here you go, Baker. Here's a crochet. An emotional support pickle. I will always be around to let you know that you are a big deal. You got that, motherfucker? We got you. Wink, wink. Crochet. Penis pump. Woohoo. Go get him. Yay. Go, Baker. Go. Weed, ween, ween. Okay. Your boys, your clients, they're suing me. They were involved in covering up a murder. You signed up to defend cop killers. When I went to wherever this is, Villarica, I don't even know. Is that what it's called? Lacrosse game in June of 2023, and I called them a cop killer. I was right, and I am still right today. And you're a fucking joke, because that's what it is. A joke of a lawsuit doesn't fucking scare me. You don't scare me. None of you motherfuckers scare me. I have an army of people behind me who want the truth, and they know that I am the vessel to the truth. I am the vessel. I am the vessel, bitches. Wow. This is not what I am the vessel. Oh God, wait, there's more. On May 26, 2026, Aidan Kearney published a video on the platforms he controls. During the video, Aidan Kearney recounted a conversation that he had with the attorney representing him in this lawsuit, Jeffrey pile of shit. Aidan Kearney stated, "Today we had our first day in court. I didn't go because you don't have to go to these civil ones, but the McAlberts did. Didn't see that one coming. It was my lawyer's first, and it was not streamed. There must be a video out there somewhere of it, but the McAlberts all showed up, and attorney Pyle was like, you know, it was his first time seeing them. He's like, they look like the mafia, how they rolled up in there like thugs. Like it's like way to prove the point, jackasses." He is saying that his fucking lawyer said this shit. I mean, do we even believe that? You think Jeffrey's like, the fuck, Aidan? I didn't say that shit. What are you doing? Like, or do you think Jeffrey pile of Gomer Pyle shit is like, I mean, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, I said that to you, but I didn't say to go tell that to the fucking world. I mean, how dumb? Like, don't bring me into your shit, man. During that same video, Aidan Kearney stated that the plaintiff's counsel had advised attorney Pyle that Aidan Kearney was continuing to make defamatory statements about the plaintiffs even after the filing of this lawsuit. As he displayed a photo that included the plaintiffs, Kearney, referring to the death of O'Keefe, stated, "That's the crew that did it. Like, do they think, we're going to sue him? That's what Tuxbury told my lawyer today. He's like, your client's still talking about this. We might have to amend our complaint." Oh, no. Don't amend the complaint. It's the same shit. I've always said. They did it. Of course they did it. Oh, no. Don't go amend this motherfucker. On May 27, 2026, Aidan Kearney published a video on the platforms he controls. During the video, Aidan Kearney made statements concerning the plaintiffs who had appeared in court in connection with this lawsuit the preceding day. Kearney stated, "When you see these motherfuckers in court, doesn't it just make your blood boil? Seeing these motherfuckers in court and think of what me and Karen Reed did exposing these assholes together. You know, when I go back and I recall all our messages, it's like she couldn't have done shit without me. What an idiot." And I was a lot stronger with her, you know, and these motherfuckers right here are so mad about that. Karen Reed ain't shit without Turtle Boy. This dude is just dumb. I was here at the beginning, then had to leave. Now I'm back. What's up, Sheila? He's not going to stop. Who's your daddy now, Turtle Boy? Judge Go Daddy is your daddy. I don't know. I mean, David says, "I think you're a House defendant employee. I think you are correct that Lank is corrupt as well. I think Lank is really corrupt. I think Sean Good's corrupt. I think all you had to do is expose the Kansas Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police." And and I would look at that the person that was running the blower. Who was running the blower? What the fuck's his name? The guy that was best friends with Higgins. Oh, fuck. It'll come to me. The guy that testified in trial 2. Oh, fuck. He testified in trial 1, too. Why can't I think of his stupid fucking name? The guy that ended up going to One Meadows. Gallagher. Thank you. Fuck, I couldn't think of it. You know how much money Gallagher made in, I forget if it was 2023 or 2022 when I looked it up? 320 some thousand dollars. 320 some thousand motherfucking dollars. What? He has never heard of a crime scene log? in his entire existence. What a fucking joke. Yeah, go look it up. Gallagher, $300 and some $1,000 the 2 years before he retired. Let's take a look at that. They're so mad that we expose who the fuck they are and what the fuck they did and what the fuck they've done and what the fuck they continue to do. What do they continue to do? Who the fuck are you talking about? They're so mad that we expose who the fuck they are and what the fuck they did and what they've done and what they continue to do. Why didn't you use them in trial too then? Tisk, tisk. We expose that. And I look at this and I'm like, fuck the money. Like, it's about these people. It's about Chris Albert doesn't get to fucking win. This motherfucker about winning. He is. And Brian Higgins and Brian Albert and Colin Albert and fucking Jen McCabe, they don't get to fucking win. Win? He is delusional. I thought this was about your kids. I thought you being a dad and what are you talking about? This dude he needs a fucking padded room. I'm not playing. This is just diabolical at this point. On May 28, 2026, Aidan Kearney published a video on the platforms he controls. During the video, Aidan Kearney made statements concerning the plaintiffs who had appeared in court in connection with this lawsuit earlier that week. During the video, Aidan Kearney criticized his audience members who had not attended the court proceeding to confront the plaintiffs. Referring to the plaintiffs, Kearney stated, "There's the people that killed them." He's an idiot. Who's them? John O'Keefe's a them now? John O'Keefe, he doesn't register as being male? There's the people that killed them. They're right fucking there, walking around like nothing happened. What are you going to do about it, huh? You going to ask them anything? You going to talk to them? What are you going to do? I can't do anything. I'll go to jail if I say something. You could, but you choose not to. Why? Because you're cowards at the end of the day. You're just in this for the tailgating. Another dig at the pink shirts. He's taking digs at the Canton, people, boots on the ground, Canton folks that actually got out there and thought that Turtle Boy was, exposing the corrupt police force. But you're not in this for the being uncomfortable or making, people who committed horrific crimes uncomfortable. Aidan Kearney is asking people to do what got him 16, however many counts of whatever the fuck he got. Unbelievable. Motherfucker, you didn't even show up, you dumb bitch. On May 30th, 2026, Aidan Kearney published a video on the platform he controls. In that video, recognizing that disseminating further statements accusing the plaintiffs of involvement in the death of O'Keefe would subject him to civil liability, he encouraged his followers to use coded language to spread that message. Aidan Kearney stated, "What if we came up with some phrase that was code for the McAlberts killed John O'Keefe?" Kearney then convinced coded language to further his false conceived coded language to further convince or further his false statements that the plaintiffs were involved in the death of O'Keefe and his followers did the same at Kearney's encouragement. And that's the whole thing, Turtle Boy was right or whatever the fuck it is. The impacts of Aidan Kearney and Reed's conspiracy. Every day since April 18, 2023, when the defamation campaign began, The plaintiffs and their families have been harassed and tormented as a result of Aidan Kearney and Karen Read's unlawful conspiracy to defame them. The plaintiffs have become prisoners in their own communities, besieged by Kearney and others who have been duped by Aidan Kearney and Read to believe that the plaintiffs are murderers. Defendants have deliberately employed these false narratives about O'Keefe's murder and the plaintiffs' families as part of a marketing scheme that has brought Aidan Kearney substantial personal income. Guys, the figures that are going to fucking come out in this fucking civil case. Dear Jesus. The money that people you're going to see. The names that are going to be revealed and who's donating. Oh, shit. Man. Kearney has an audience of hundreds of thousands of followers. He has purposely published statements by other people who falsely assert that the plaintiffs are responsible. As a result of defendants' campaign, the plaintiffs have been forced to endure malicious and cruel abuse at the hands of ruthless and unscrupulous people. They are definitely unscrupulous people. These fucking, I don't know where he finds these motherfuckers, but on a regular basis, the plaintiffs have faced physical confrontation and harassment at their personal residence, their place of business, and their children's extracurricular activities. The plaintiffs have also sustained a barrage of harassment and verbal assaults on social media. Throughout Karen Read's trials, Aidan Kearney and his followers harassed the plaintiffs as they reported to court to serve as witnesses. The harassment was so extreme that the judge ordered a buffer zone around the courthouse to protect those inside. Aidan Kearney and his followers chanted "cop killers" as the plaintiffs walked by and shouted "Free Karen Read" all day. The plaintiffs have had to undertake efforts to protect themselves and their identities. Their families, places of businesses have been targeted, and Aidan Kearney has stalked them at their children's extracurricular activities, causing fear and emotional trauma to the plaintiffs and their families. Aidan Kearney admitted publicly that one of the goals of his false, outrageous, and defamatory statements about the plaintiffs was not only to portray the plaintiffs as those responsible for O'Keefe's murder, but also to taint the jury pool for Karen Read's trial and to benefit financially from the publicity. And then I'm not going to go into all the different counts, but whoo-wee. I have Lana, you really do not like these people? What are you talking about? I don't think that Karen Read should go to prison. Like people? I don't know any of these people. I don't hate anybody, and I don't know anybody to like them. Okay? All I can tell you is that you start showing up at kids' lacrosse games, the fuck are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? Aidan Kearney used his kids in a different court case and said that, and he pretended to be this guy that he was going up against in court, used his kids' photographs, put them in a post, and acted like this other guy, and said that he was basically going to R them and then return them to Aidan Kearney. Any guy that not only is going to use your kids or other kids, but his own kids, that's the type of person that literally there's no boundaries here. There's no, back in the mafia days, women, old people, children, they're off limits. You do something to them, like that's a code. Fuck that person. Then they're done. Doesn't matter what family you're from, you know. Yeah. Nothing here is going to pass for freedom of speech because they are witnesses or potential witnesses. And these people were families of potential witnesses. And that trumps the freedom of speech, protected speech. So sorry, but anybody that thinks that's an absolute, I'm sorry, you just don't know the law then. But this isn't about that. This isn't the criminal case. This is the civil case. And do I think that this, the people that are going, the House defendants or the plaintiffs, the Commonwealth's witnesses, do I think that they are going to beat Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed in civil court? If it goes all the way to a jury, fuck yes, I do. 1,000%. 1,000,000% yes. These are your winners if it goes to court. If it goes to trial, rather. These are your winners. No doubt about it. 1,000,000%. Book it. I will take that lawyer, this case, all day for what they're claiming. 1,000%. Again, they just have to tip the scale 51%. This is not a criminal case. We'll see. But I want to end, I like to end on a laughing note. And so when I was looking up this past shit with, God, here we go. I come across okay, here we go.
And that's not a crime, is it, to say that? To admit
I mean, I hope not. I mean, if someone comes here and starts, knocking on my door because I know two jurors' names, I mean, that's insane. It's this whole thing. You play that video and you're expecting some big aha moment, and it never comes. It falls flat, and it never happened. It's this weird thing. They just create like this narrative. It just doesn't exist, and it's not just exclusive to this either. It's a lot more.
Well, look at this. Look what they wrote in the same video, the video we just played. The blogger demands to know the identity of the fucking idiot on this jury. Did I demand to know anyone's identity?
So much worse than what it actually
was. Did I demand to know? You better fucking tell me. When did that occur? I said I'd like to know. Sure. First of all, no. I didn't demand to know. I did not demand to know. I said I did know. I do know his name. I know his fucking name. And I haven't said it, even though I could. Isn't that an example of like restraint?
Right.
What? Okay. So it goes on to say, then the blogger states in another video, is from April 13th. Why do you think they want to impound the jurors' names? Because so here is the this heels in the air person. She's a McAlbert stan on social media, a nasty, vile person. She's dead now. And here's what she said. Impoundment of jurors' names during trial. That's one they're going for. Why do you think they want to impound the jurors' names? Because who outed the Chestnut juror? Remember that? The one woman on who hung the Michael Chestnut trial in, what was that, July? The jury lists are public. So I got the jury list and I went down the list and I found the juror who hung the jury. And I shamed them, as I should, because it's shameful to do that to Sidney Chestnut and Michael Chestnut's parents and Michael Chestnut's kids. It's shameful. So why wouldn't I do that?
Not illegal.
So I'm standing up for a widow of a murdered cop who was.
Jess Machado says, not illegal. This is what I thought to myself. Of all the people that Aidan could, I don't know, call to come on a show to talk about this. Okay. He picks back in the day Jess Machado to do this. Okay. All right. And he's got his prison look on.
Put through a mistrial because one juror admittedly refused to deliberate and subverted justice that way. And the juror list is public. And she's the list, and I have the juror, and it's like, how is no, not that I'm aware of. I just
And I was like, does she ever speak?
wrote about. Here's how I know it's fake. This juror gets off immediately and starts following. This juror isn't follow these people. Usually when you follow people, you read their most recent tweets, right? But not this juror. This juror goes back.
Kind of coordinating with them to kind of go after me. So
Right.
the name of Holly McNamara.
Who I've taken a picture with, correct?
Yes. There's this is a little convoluted. She is pro Karen Reed.
Yes.
She has been on Krusty's page and Lindsay's page, kind of coordinating with them to kind of go after me. So,
I was like, wait a second. Where we were talking about the jury. The jury. Watch this.
Of a counter harassment charge. So let's stop right there. Who is the person that you were who was trying to get an order on you?
So it's an individual by the name of Holly McNamara.
Who I've taken a picture with, correct?
Yes. This is a little convoluted. She is pro Karen Reed.
Yes.
She has been on Krusty's page and Lindsay's page, kind of coordinating with them to kind of go after me. So I don't know how you can be pro Karen Reed and then even associate with either one of those two people.
Good question.
I don't know, but yeah, she's a new Karen reader. She's just jumped onto things just recently. I was videotaping outside of the courthouse like I did every day. And she happened to be there. Claims she never thought I was going to be there. That I took out my camera just to videotape her and that I got in her face and harassed her. But I have video that shows I was 25 feet away from her, never went anywhere near her. It wasn't specific to her. But again, the other side is completely irrational. They create a narrative. They make up things. I don't really believe this person is really pro Karen Reed. Again, anybody who's associating or aligning themselves with Kate or Lindsay can't be. You can't have it both ways. If you
Sure.
talk to them, if you're in cahoots with them, if you're giving them information, you're on that side of things, and that's how I feel about that. But I
What side of things? What the fuck are you talking about?
actually had said I was going to. I laid my cards out on the table, said I was going to get a restraining order as soon as the trial was done. I said, listen, I'm at court every day. I'm busy. I don't have time for this. But as soon as court's done, I'm going to handle it. And the day after the trial was done, she went there and got one out on me first.
Applied
But
didn't
she
get
tried and did not. So we got a 2-person hearing. We went to the 2-person hearing. I countered it in the morning, filed my own, super prepared, hyper prepared for everything. She was not prepared. And then claimed that she didn't need the order that day. That she needed to have her attorney there. Her attorney never filed a motion to appear. Even as of today, still hasn't filed a motion to appear. And then said some other things and just said, no, I don't need one today. I'll have this continued. And the judge was like, well, if you come here again in a week, you don't have an attorney, we're just going to throw this out. But I'm still going to go forward with mine and we'll see how it goes. But I mean, it's just another example of a flagrant misuse and exploiting a harassment protection order for the reasons that don't fit the bill. So I'm confident that that's going to play out that way in court.
So just so we have this clear, this juror is claiming that as evidence of a dangerous environment in which the jurors need to have their name redacted, they cited a dispute between 2 South Coast women who have years of history of not liking each other.
Yes.
And recently, one of them tried to get an order on the other one and failed, which has nothing to do with the Reed case, nothing to do with anything at all. And somehow that is evidence that the Reed case inspires violence.
Right. I mean, the back history there with that person is just far more complex. It really has nothing to do with it. If anything, it's somebody that on that side is lying and saying people were violent and there was no violence. There's nothing like that occurred.
Well, then the next thing they cite here is they say yesterday this reporter posted about getting protection from another blogger. Well, I do not know the facts. So that's Grant, I assume, While I do not know the facts concerning these court appearances, it is very evident that individuals on all sides in this case have acted irrationally and aggressively over the past few years, which has caused multiple court appearances by parties seeking protection of the court. So, like, just to be clear about this, Grant is the only person who has an order on him and couldn't come to court because he touched you when he wasn't allowed to. He threw chairs around. He acted like an animal, and he was on the side of the.
Grant acted like an animal? Are you fucking high?
McAlberts, as they all were. Every single person who has an order against them in this situation is a McAlbert.
Because all you motherfuckers lie. You guys lied about all your shit. All you fucking crazy fucks go into the courtroom and you lie. And then you have the audacity to come out here and say that people are committing perjury in the murder case. But yet you guys go and lie to go get fucking restraining orders on people. The fucking just wow. Okay. Wow.
Well, I found that to be very interesting where they said they didn't know the circumstances. So we know going back about this account from someone who's dead back in May. We know about a can cover up story from number 73 or whatever, but you don't know about the viral video of Grant, screaming and me, how do you not know that? How did you skip over that going backwards? That's, by the way, not the only person, by the way. So there's another individual. His name is Stephen Cody. He's on the Karen Reed's, the anti-Karen Reed side of things, from what I can gather. And I did apply for and receive an emergency order against Stephen Cody.
He's the one that put the turtle up, by the way.
Really?
My parents does, yes.
An emergency order against Stephen Cody.
He's the one that put the turtle up, by the way.
Really?
My parents does, yes. I'm 100% positive of it.
I just went and got a restraining order against this person. Oh, yep, that's the person that put the turtle up in my parents' house. What the fuck? I think that you put the turtle up at your parents' house. I think that Aidan Kearney did that. Okay. What the fuck are these people talking about? You guys. This is back in the day, and I'm like,
go ahead.
Stephen Cody was sending food deliveries to my home at all hours of the night.
What? That was so kind. He's feeding you? You guys, what's the problem here?
He was putting up disgusting videos about, saying I should have my corpse raped. He's just
what a bunch of sickos.
Crazy, scary.
He's a sick person. Again, one who was initially free Karen Reed and then switched sides.
It's on the other side of things.
Some people, this case just did attract like a lot of nut jobs who just wanted to.
This case just attracts a lot of nut jobs. Oh my God. Why do you think? Look at what this case just
attach themselves to something.
But on the other side, I mean, every time he would post a comment, it was anti-free Karen Reed. He aligned with Grant on things in some of these comments. There's all of these people that align. And I was granted an emergency restraining order against him. I didn't follow through with it. I'm going to be honest with you for a couple of reasons. One, he lives very far away from me, right? He's not close by.
He lives close to me.
I talked to the police department there, and they were kind of like,
what do you mean you were granted it? Like, what do you mean you have to follow through? Like, what the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Who goes and gets one and then is granted it, and then they're just like, I just didn't follow through with it. What the fuck are you talking about?
likening him to kind of being like a poor thing.
He lives close to me.
I talked to the police department there, and they were kind of like likening him to kind of being like a poor thing, kind of, you know what I mean? And he isn't really harmless, he isn't really harmful, is what they told me. And I kind of was like, do we really need to get another order here if he's not going to come down my way? I never thought it would cross the line, but I've gotten things sent to my house from people on the other side. I've had the Quran sent to my home. I've had subscriptions.
I had the Quran sent to my home.
Oh, I never posted about that.
I had the Quran sent to my parents' home.
Yeah, I have the Quran sent to my home. Yeah,
I didn't post about that either. But
me neither. I didn't want them to know. I was like, I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of thinking I ever got it.
My husband. Well, that's interesting that we both got it.
So just you and I, huh?
Well, it means it's probably the same person, and it's happened a lot. And so Steve Cody,
it's happened a lot. What has happened a lot? Look at someone take a screenshot right now. This is a great fucking pause right here by myself. You guys, this is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. what the fuck were y'all watching back then? Like, this is, I couldn't, I was like, wait.
He's like, so he used to be a fan of, and I've never talked about him ever. And this is the first time I've ever talked about this individual because I didn't want to give him any attention. He's an attention seeker. Again, he used to support Karen Reed.
It's the same line with everybody. Like, do you have any new material? Anything?
And was kissing my ass and all that stuff. And then he just got
another ass kisser, right? He's just kissing my ass. You know, he just fucking didn't want to give this person any time. Yeah.
into it with turtle riders a lot. Like there was, and I don't get into that when they do that. Like Semolina and who else? Jen Altman and Suzanne. A few of them have orders on him. And he would message me and say, like, are you going to say anything to your turtle riders being anti-free speech and getting orders and weaponized? And I'm like, I would just ignore her. I didn't respond to anything he said. And then finally, he would just message me so much that I just blocked him. I just hit the block button because I'm like, I don't want to talk to this guy. And since I blocked him, he has been on a rampage against me. And he creates dozens of accounts that message me all the time. And I just block them every day. I get more threats from him. And starting in May, he posted a picture of himself outside of my parents' house. Okay.
What the fuck are you talking?
On Twitter, and some people sent it to me, and I'm like, whatever. He's not going to do shit. I'm like, he just wants attention. Blah blah. Blah. And then, these are texts from my mother. Okay.
What? These are texts from my mom. Okay. What?
And she starts telling me, let's see here on these are real accounts. She said that let's see.
These are real accounts.
She goes, pizza's just arrived. That's April.
Pizza's just arrived
14th. And she started getting every day would get pizza deliveries to her house every day. And that's Steve Cody's MO is the pizza thing. Right. And I'm like, she goes, should I tell the police? And I'm like, yes, you should. But I'm not sure what they can do. And then she messaged me the next day. She goes, more Chinese food and more pizza today. And
more Chinese food and pizza today? What the fuck? Oh. Jess is like, why the fuck aren't they sending that just in my house?
And then a week later or 2 weeks later, 1-800-JUNK just came by for you. We explained that it's a prank. What's next? A plumber? A second junk dealer just came. They don't have
a drug dealer?
Your real number, and no one answers at the number that they have. So third junk removal came the next day. And Steve Cody around this time is posting pictures on Twitter saying, coming soon to Aidan's parents' house, 1-800-GOT-JUNK. It's Steve Cody did this. Steve Cody did the turtle. I don't know if anybody put him up to this. It seemed like a male crime. Like it wouldn't surprise me if
a male crime. Oh, now your BAU unit over here. The BAU over here.
Like he colluded with other people and they kind of encouraged him to do something like this. That wouldn't surprise me. But I'm certain
these motherfucking detectives over here. Yeah, okay. It's totally a male crime.
Because who the fuck finds a snapping turtle except this freak? If you look at this kid, you're like, this is the kind of guy that shoots up a school. Like, this is the kind of freak that does something like this. And, the turtle thing, like they killed a fucking snapping turtle and hung it by its neck from my parents' railing 2 days after my mother died. I don't think that it was related to that. I don't think that he knew because I wasn't public about it. I think it was just the timing. And the police aren't stupid. Okay. The police aren't, and this guy has multiple restraining orders going back years and years and years. So sorry to hijack it, but when you mentioned Steve Cody, it's like,
No, I mean, I did my own research on him. I think he has 15 orders or has had 15 orders. And he's, the police there told me, said, listen, he can't get to your house. He'd have to take an Uber to get there. He doesn't drive.
Nope.
And I was like, well, let's talk. How much is it going to cost for him to get an Uber from where he lives to my house? And he's like, I think you're fine. I think he's not really a threat. And I was like, okay, but same thing. It was incessant. The food deliveries were off the charts. And then the YouTube videos were crazy. He doxed me though, actually. He put my address online. He asked in a post if, he put the number and then the street, asked if that was familiar to anybody. And then that's when the stuff, started getting sent to the house and stuff. So, but again,
Well, the thing about Ubers is there's a digital trail of it. And without ever being accused of this, he has started to post. It wasn't me that posted the turtle. And he starts posting his screenshots of his Uber account, right? And showing his last Uber rides. Except on Uber, if anybody who's ever used Uber before knows, like your most recent one comes with like a picture on it. And so he would show up to June 29th, which is the day that it happened. And then nothing above it. And we would say, let's see a screenshot of what comes above that. And he wouldn't show it. So it's like, and so the police can subpoena shit. Let's just say it that way. So if Steve Cody took a ride to my parents' house on the night of June what was it? Was it June 30th? Whatever that Sunday into that Monday was. The last person that left the house was like 9:30 p.m. and then 8:30 a.m. the turtle was found. So it happened in like 11-hour window. If Steve Cody took a Uber ride to my parents' house or a Lyft ride, there will be a documented trail of that, and they're going to get him. So we'll see. But you're right. It's like this. It's like it does attract a lot of nut jobs. But again, Steve Cody's insanity is independent of the Karen Reed case. He's just a fucking lunatic, and this juror's name coming out has nothing to do with.
But I mean, but Grant had to have been the biggest proponent for the John O'Keefe anti-Karen Reed movement.
Right.
I mean, he was in court every day. He was writing, lying in his post about what was actually happening in court, and he is and has been the most violent person of them all.
Grant Ellis, you son of a bitch, you're the most violent person of them all. Grant, this is crazy.
Documented in videos of him yelling and screaming, like irrational behavior, getting physical. I mean, there's the examples are only on one side. And I'm going to say, I don't think any juror has any reason to be scared because that side isn't going to come after them.
Yep.
And this side is not violent. They have not demonstrated. I've seen these people every day. You were out there. Every day.
Oh yeah.
So first of all, you had a kind of a core group of leaders, right?
Yeah.
Who set the tone. And I used to say, I mentioned this to Paul Cristoforo a couple times, and I said
he's going to be joining us in a minute. Yeah.
Okay. So I used to run Trump rallies, right, back in the day, and that can bring out like the far right fringe.
Oh, you don't say. Yeah.
And what we would do is we gather everybody in the morning, and we would say, listen, you don't represent anybody other than Trump, right? So in this instance, Karen, how you behave reflects on her. How you behave reflects on the family. You have to act a certain way. You can't act that way here. And if you set the tone, which they did, by the way, every day with peace and being quiet and positivity, then nothing bad happened. And when you have hundreds and hundreds of people coming from all different parts of the country, by the way, and not one incident of any of those people getting violent or aggressive, even when they were being antagonized by your 5 girlfriends on the other side over there, not one issue happened. And I think it's a testament to the fact that
5 girlfriends.
You love it.
No.
I think it's a testament to the fact that these people were reluctant leaders anyway. They just recognized there was a need to kind of organize, and it was just so well done every single day. It was never violent.
It was beautiful. It was beautifully done. There's actual video when they're
Interesting positivity, huh, Jess? Well, I don't see that anymore happening, but so fast forward to let's see, this random shit.
Who do you think would win, him or Shizzy, in the back-to-back height thing?
Some feedback on Twitter.
What's going on or whatever? And I was like, nothing, man. I was like, what's happening?
And every state have different rules.
Yeah.
So if I, for instance, were in Alaska, it's not the same as in Tennessee.
No.
So if I might wanted to destroy a party based on the state's laws I was in and call a swatting, would it be really, really smart to check out the laws in the state I did it in?
Well, yeah, actually, what's funny about that is I did do all that beforehand. And Tennessee has some of the strongest anti-swatting laws in the country, and they also have some of the strongest anti-slap laws. They were very, very pro-individual. here.
What the?
I heard you actually recently strengthened the laws against false reporting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's if this if everything happened, I mean, it could be a mistake. I will always give a mistake because there's a venue above. We're downtown, right? I'm like, but here's the thing.
FNL brand. What the fuck? Opening gifts and eating peeps.
Welcome to the now. Okay. Bed. I hope you're happy now. Making me work. But one thing that is evidently clear every year is us creators who has to be on screen and meet all you people, we all get stress, maximum stress. You can tell we don't sleep a lot. We have to meet.
What the fuck?
A lot of people. We have to go out and hang out with all you wonderful people, and it's amazing that you want to come have a picture with us and all that. But there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things, and for someone I forced expert to take on for maybe 2 months ago, because I have my mod crew, and even though they are the worst people on the planet, I put out a text saying, can you figure out this one? And I don't have to think about it. Someone will figure it out for me. And I felt like the expert needed that. So if you ever see Side Eyes, tell her, are you okay? Because she has been all over this like a tick on an ass. This is one of my favorite peeps. It's a Dr. Pepper peep. That's beyond the point. If I liked it, and I might have said, oh my. I felt violated. Hey. Clearly not the best. Cotton candy, not a lot of flavor. Dr. Pepper the best. Then Sunny D. I like that feed. Thank you so much, FD Food Fairy. And this is from, I'm not going to show names. It's from someone in Dallas. You probably know who it is. It's in a pink package. I haven't wanted FNL yet. I need to go back and be replay crew.
I feel like I'm in a baby shower. Opening gifts and eating peeps.
Too busy yelling at people and being Mexican. Yeah. I figure you like peeps and hate cream cheese. Yeah, peeps are great. It's pure sugar. This is going to hurt my heart. As a Giants fan, wearing a Dallas Cowboy hat. Not really. But a lovely card. Pink dress. Nick Starro, been on. I need to get on Ozempic before I get it. Oh, Emma, wait. No. Is that a thing? That's why I pre-screen it. I have been bit before. From, it's a Waffle House t-shirt saying scattered, smothered, covered, chunkered, diced, peppered, capped, topped. It's a Waffle House t-shirt. Oh, cool. Probably from back when we did the Waffle House trial. Just need a pat on the back. Can you see it? Truer words have never been spoken. Like Marissa when she just demands that I do stuff on my bed. She needs a pat on the back. It kind of looks like this one. And everyone, of course, in chat, what does SPQR stands for? We all know this. What does it mean? What is SPQR stands for? When it other than getting this one yesterday. And as you can tell, thank you, Elvis. This means the world to me. Thank you so much. It hurt as much as the one who's away. Thank you so much for that t-shirt. This is the explanation. I sent the Oregon State Beavers and wanted to tell you the story behind the Beavers versus the Cocks. Oh. I also got some Beaver pride. So now I know not only have Beaver on my head, I have it on my chest as well. This is turning out to be an amazing trip.
Beavers.
Thank you so much, Pixie. The sour watermelon flavor. Watermelon flavor. Yeah, they're full of sugar. If I could create a peach flavor, what would it be? Already have it. Dr. Pepper is the best peach flavor. You have all been amazing. Everyone I've met here has been amazing. And yeah, people should remember we're taping a live show when they start talking. Even if you have a drink or two, just try and remember, oh yeah, some people are trying to do a show. But hey, we told you, get a drink. And some people forgot they were at a live show. But that's the beauty of it. Because that meant they were having fun.
What? What the fuck is going on?
You don't do internet things. You don't do internet drama. You just sit there and you support people, and they will harass you. Again, remember Bella's mom? They mention her all the time. I don't know who Bella's mom is. I didn't know that there was a Bella's mom until they started talking about it. And listening to them, I have a intricate knowledge of her body parts. I have a Rolodex of her news. She has 2 of my children because we have done more than me and Iris have done. I don't even know who that person is. This is delusional shit that these people will get into, and they will just pile on. So I feel sorry for all of you. I feel sorry just because standing up for me and say J7 should accept the no, you will get harassed. Creators who does that, who doesn't stop their chat from doing that. And that's why I'm telling you, don't fight my battles. I'll fight my battles. I will fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's causing you all this pain?
You shouldn't. People who foster an environment where it's okay to go attack civilians, you shouldn't follow people like that. They are evil, mean people. They are no better than Twisted Tragedies. Twisted Tragedies will sit there, oh, super turtle, super turtle, super turtle. So you get at people like that. Don't do it. Don't. And a creator who allows that is not worth your time. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You support Turtle Boy. What are you talking about? The most toxic shit ever. How are you guys all talking about Fifis now? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck?
I see Will is saying something funny. I have to find out what it was. I'm sorry. I'm on my laptop. I focused too much on myself. It didn't mean you people like that. It meant it exactly like that. Whatever that is. Tell them I wrapped up today, but get in touch with my people and we can schedule an exclusive interview with yours truly. Oh my, someone is out here doing some connections. Remember that case?
I can't. I just can't. I just can't. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Absolutely, a bunch of idiots. Just Machado over here, idiotville. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, is there anything about Karen Reed case? Okay. This is a Karen Reed case.
I came home and I caught the back end of Miss Scarlett, who I was lucky enough to.
Morning show, Proctor Problems.
What is it? They said she was a clown. You're coloring the prose in Waukesha. Look at my background, Iris. I'm in the States still. I can't run it, so I'm just. But I'm thinking they are seating the jury today, and I don't know. As per new policies on this channel, we are not announcing any travel plans, no matter when, where, or how I'm going to go anywhere. That's the new rules on the channel, because we fucking got swatted, and people thought that would be a joke with kids in the room. So I don't want.
Wait, what? What do you mean you got swatted? What the fuck? With kids in the room? There was cops? Who do you think swatted you? I'm telling you, your own people do this to you to make you paranoid and make it seem like it's the other side, just so we're clear. So who do you think swatted you? You guys talking about we can't. Where's this FOIA request? Where's the public records? Who called the police on you?
Anyone to know when I'm at any places.
This is
other than
crazy
the official places where I know that
this is sick.
I will have friends around me who is firm believers in not only the First but also the Second Amendment, because people be crazy out there. And as a side note to that, thank you so much for all the attention I'm getting from the Bunny Army right now. It's so nice that you're out there. I know I have a lot of muffin tops who likes to go out and talk about me as well in a positive manner. And
who the fuck are the muffin tops? What the fuck? I thought this is morning show Proctor Problems. Are they going to talk about the Karen Reed case?
Anyone did that? Hey, Naira, just stop talking about it, for goodness sake. No, Karen, I want to tell you that this is my channel and I will talk about whatever I want to talk about. And that's how the beans are going to be. If you don't like it, the door works both ways. I have a lot of pent-up aggression. That's why I lost my shit as I did. And people are like, oh, you yelled at her for no reason. We're talking about a woman who has been alluding to me being a sexual deviant for over a month. Who not only have him gone at me, but I'm staying in a private house with good friends. I met up with, the expert has set up a perfect breeding ground if I was a predator. So not only are you attacking my morals, and again, I'm an asshole. Yeah, I don't mind seeing a pair of tits. I like that. But I've never asked for one. You implied that all of this was because of me. All the things J7 did was because I wanted it. And then you sit there and say, well, I didn't know he had been abused. So how could I know? Who gives a shit? Well, maybe you, instead of always trying to make drama, you should have taken that as an opportunity to say, oh, I'm really fucking sorry. But if you like brain rot, go watch it. Go watch every single show. Just have a spreadsheet so you can keep track of all her lies. But I don't want Jess Machado to lose her channel. I don't want Jess Machado to be shat on the Twit Sweat. But I don't want her to lie about me either. And I think that's fair. So, yeah. Enough about that bullshit. Another thing I wanted to address. I had a really good day out yesterday with my friend.
Oh my God. Morning show, Proctor Problems. 16 in. Where are we at?
I will just oversleep. And then I'll text the expert later and say, well, I'm sorry. I really don't like this person. And I don't want to be his booker. If he wants that person on, it's because he likes that person. I shouldn't put my personal problems on his channel. And I don't like coming home after a fun day out with what has grown to be some of my closest friends, even though we live 4,000 miles away, and hear a woman cry because there's some other creators who are beefing. YouTube is a wonderful place. YouTube brought 50 people, 50 strangers together over this weekend, a weekend that was supposed to be filled with fun, joy, meeting new people, And sadly, because of my actions, it turned sour, and it has a fallout. And I'm sorry about that. I'm just hoping that all of these other creators who's beefing and who is kind of trying to figure out what's up, what's down, just stop talking about it. Just go on with your day. It doesn't pertain to you. And as I've said a million times, I have my names in my book of people who I will live with, not live with, who I will help and who I won't help now because of certain actions. That's my prerogative. I won't tell you the names of these people because that's my choice.
Unfucking believable. Absolutely unfucking believable. True crime thrill time. The fuck, I haven't heard anything about no fucking Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy, what do you got to say about any of this bullshit? Let's go over here. Can only imagine. Fucking idiot.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning.
7 people are here. Okay, we can start. 7 people are here. We can begin.
I hope people aren't. I was going to do the anti-deb thing today. I'm not doing I didn't have time to prepare for the gym thing. Quite frankly, it's just I'm busy. You know, Jim Alden's like the last thing. We'll psychoanalyze. I'm sure she'll be back. We'll psychoanalyze her eventually. But as of right now, is it the Proctor hearing? So is it the tweet I put out? I assume Proctor's going today. I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. He's scheduled to be deposed today. Michael Proctor is scheduled to be deposed today. But I know that at the last minute, he filed a motion to like delay it or whatever.
See how he knows nothing without Karen Reed?
But we'll see. And of course, you heard what I reported this weekend. Somebody said he's in Florida and at the hospital. So who knows? But that was also Saturday. The lawyer could have said, "Get your ass back here." You know, who knows? But it's scheduled. If the judge has not allowed him to get out of it, and the judge specifically asked his lawyer, "Show me why he can't be there. Like, what's the conflict? What's the conflict?" To me, you know, I don't know. There's a hearing going on in a few minutes about this. Oh, awesome. So, is it going to be? Hold on, let's pull this up. Law goes on. Yeah, so look, remember I saw the other day, I said that this guy looks like Corey Matthews got struck by lightning, and he put it in like a campaign ad. I mean, respect the troll. I don't think he's a serious people that mass reports. He knows that's against every time. And we're supposed to, conspiracy theorists buy. No, there's no conspiracy theory. I'm just pointing out this is like a good thing, actually. If you think this is a good way to conduct, that this is like a healthy way. What kind of fucking boomer shit is this? Seriously. Recording is allowed, but not streaming? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. There'll be a JLR, and he was an idiot for doing that, but also that made no sense. Like, I just don't know the difference between that and streaming it. Have they thought about that? I hate stupid rules that make no sense whatsoever. I hate it. It just unbelievable. Guess I'll just go with this way. They strategically planned for this depot today. Now, 4 days before the deposition, we need to continue it. You can't hear it?
You guys can hear it. Hold on.
There's no fucking way you can hear this. I can barely hear it. No way.
He's such a fucking
All right, so they're on recess. Hopefully you guys, my sign language made sense there. I don't speak ASL, but I tried my best. Yeah, I mean, basically the big thing there was David Seligson. This was like David Seligson was saying that if you want,
What the fuck? Wow. Fucking wow.
if he's actually in Florida, as the source said. Proctor, says Karen's lawyers, offered Judge Mark Gilday. Judge Mark Gilday will have a decision within minutes regarding whether Michael Proctor will be forced to appear for his depo today. What happens if he's if he's actually in Florida, as the source said? Proctor, says Karen's lawyers, offered nothing beyond conclusory statements when asking for a delay. Yeah. I would say, you did not stream it. That's not streaming. If you're not like sharing it, that doesn't count as streaming. Why he stopped letting super chats be asked, and why was it BLT's fault? Now, he's never told me it was BLT's fault. And if he did tell me that, that would be lawyer. And your questions will be asked. The judge is back. Okay, hold on. I'm going to mute myself. Rosenberg's here. Everybody says the judge is back. See what I'm saying? Like, are this many people listening? Because I'm the only one attempting to do something similar to a live stream by being like sign language. I can't wait to do sign language again. All right. Lisa sends $10 and has no comment. Thank you, Lisa. Ooh, tell updates. Okay. Cal will just tweet. Oh, fuck. Automatically impounded? I don't get it. Something special. I did sign language earlier.
Wow.
By a judge. But okay. Okay. Breaking news. We have a ruling. Michael Proctor will be forced to appear for his deposition today with Alan Jackson and Karen Reed. However, the judge will delay his final ruling until 4 p.m. Eastern today. I was going through my messages last night with Natalie, and she's fucking insane. And I was also reading her entire messages with Sean McDonough. And it is just wild, those two. Like, you've never heard two schoolgirls gab like McDonough and Natalie about the drama. That guy, it's like, and he hated me from day one. He did not like me at all. He loved Natalie. He built her up into something. Natalie loved him. The two of them did not like me very much. And, Natalie did, because ever since when I wore the green shirt on May 3rd to court and I didn't put on moisturizer, she tells McDonough that. She's like, I told him to put on moisturizer. He didn't listen to me. She was so mad I didn't put on moisturizer. And then I read her messages with Altman too. Altman shit talks me to her. Like, it's kind of funny. But yeah. But it was funny. On April 19th, the day after I write my first story on this, Natalie tells me, I swear to God, and I'm not making this shit up. She tells me to hook up with Cameron Reed. And I'm like, no, why would I do that? Like, I literally, I swear to God, I don't remember this conversation, but it's in the extraction. So it happened. She's like, oh, you should date her. She tells me. I'm like, date her? I go, I don't think that's a good idea. That's all I said to her. I go, I don't think that's a good idea. And yeah, let's see. Do we have it? I was actually reading. I'm like, this chick's nuts. So it's the exact opposite of what they claim. I do have somebody sent me some products. Yeah. I don't know what to do with any of them. Let's see. We have some Bay Harbor various. Hold on to that. Clean, dry, or air. Okay. To the eyelids, right? Nice. Do I look less like man now? Oh man, look at me. I'm so much handsomer now. You need the eye cream. I don't know. Facial cleansing oil. So this one says rinse. Okay. Apply to dry facial skin. That's like everything. Okay. All right.
He has no content. Oh my God. It's so bad. This motherfucker has to look at chat 24/7. He has no content. And now he's putting on moisturizer and lying about Natalie's conversations.
All right. This is not a paid advertisement by Bay Harbor Beauty. They just send me shit in the mail. So there we go. Sold. Oh man, look at me. I look 10 years younger. Wow, that's awesome. It's like the anti-man. Whew. All right. Anyway, I don't know. Gently. I could do tutorials. These are very popular with young girls about the, they go online and they watch other people do their makeup and stuff like that. Skincare, they call it skincare. So I guess I'm into that trend. Okay. Pat, do not rub. Oh, I fucked it up. I'm not good at this. You have to rinse. I'll rinse later. My daughter can definitely help me, but she's in school right now. She's not a truant yet. So there's that. All right. Anyway, that's it for towel news. Okay. I mean, I just can't believe we're living in a world where everyone's like, thanks for your great reporting, Grant. I love it. I love it. All right. Let me read some turtle chats and I'll go get started with
Thanks, Peter.
the rest of my day.
Look at all of his freckles out.
All right.
His arms are all freckly.
Joanna sends $10, goes, there's a lot of us here this morning because you are baby powder daddy. I do love baby powder. Have a great day, Turtle Boy.
That is so bad for you. That has talc in it. Are you dumb?
It's a problem in the bathroom though.
Don't put
It's
that anywhere near your
like, when you
balls.
do baby powder, when you powder up, as I call it, it is,
You should actually read the ingredients, you fucking moron.
there's a lot of powder goes everywhere. And so it just, the toilet seat is constantly having baby powder residue on it. It's like, there's just, the scale has baby powder on it. It's just, when I stand on it now, you see my feet, like feet print in baby powder now. It's just constant. So it comes with a cost. It definitely comes with a cost. So, all right. Next, we have here, Sanity Hook sends $10 and goes, normally I have something too witty to say, but not today. All I have is $10 and a reminder that we are 11 days away from June 18th. As the official, we're 10 days away. As the official, unofficial King of America, I hereby decree June 18th as Turtle Boy was right day. We do. It's a big day. It's a big day. Can you believe that? 1 year anniversary of this? Insane, huh? A year ago today, we were like, I was getting ready for a trial across the street. Arca was in town. Think about that. It's crazy. Yeah, Melanie's going live at 10:15, so go check her out. Just south of History, Bolton sends $10, goes, it's not possible to have a bad time on a Turtle Boy live stream. Hashtag free ASL daddy. I'm ASL daddy now. Sign language daddy. Yeah, who knew? Who knew?
Who the fuck knew, man? Wow. Wow. Oh my God. What's this shit? Four hours. Oh, for fuck's sake. Procter & Good's weird relationship. What? This was like, expose this.
He's doing a show in Laconia, New Hampshire, just because we don't agree with what they're doing now. Okay. And I'm not.
He dedicated.
Right? So we can't. All right. Thing.
Okay, here.
About the members only because I did the review of. I don't want to delve on this at all. It's because everyone's talking about it in my chat and everything like that. The Jess Machado thing with the Baker, that whole feud. And I see a lot of people saying Team Baker. I'm not saying that because I just feel like it's divisive to be like, well, I'm on this side and fuck her. Like, I'm not. I refuse. I do feel like he's completely in the right, to be very clear. But I just feel like that's
Jess Machado has done a lot for me. Okay.
Exactly. She has done a lot for you. A lot for you. She's done a lot for you. Exactly. Now we talking. Now we talking, motherfucker. Let's talk about it. Yes, she has.
And she's been there for me.
There for you.
She's been a friend, but also like, let's not forget all the good that she's done. Okay.
Let's
She's
not
done
forget that, guys.
like a lot of good shit. Right.
When you say good shit, like what do you mean by good shit? Like what is your definition of good? What has she done for daddy? Go ahead.
She is the only person when I was in jail who got my story out and told the truth. The only one. All right. Obviously on a personal level, she gave up her seat for me to be in court on the last day, but that's me. That just affects me. And I get that doesn't affect you, but she has gotten to the bottom. Like she has reported on a lot of shit that no one else has reported on. Okay.
Like what? Like what?
So we can't forget the good things people have done, right? Just because we don't agree with what they're doing now. Okay. And I'll never forget all the good things that she's done. However, when it comes to this situation, I think it's impossible not to notice that she's bleeding subs, like Crawford style down, like the numbers, it's just bleeding. And I went to her stream. I watched her stream so Baker did a Valid Truth Journey Thursday night.
What the fuck is this valid truth journey stuff? Like, you guys, it should always be true. What do you mean a valid truth journey? You guys just admit that you come out here and lie and hey guys, tonight I'm going to have my valid truth journey. What the fuck? Look at the Karen Reed movement. Look at this. Look at this. It's imploding like I told you it would. Oh, fuck. Because these are not true crime people that are covering cases. This is Ratchetville. A foundation built on shit. Lies. When you build a foundation on lies, cars come tumbling down.
And it was intense. It was like an intense Valid Truth Journey. And in response on Friday, Jessica did a rebuttal to the Valid Truth Journey. And it didn't go over very well in the comment section. Like you just go to somebody, if you go to your own comment section and they're all against you, that's not, because that's your own comment section. That's not an enemy's comment section. That's your own. You know what I mean? So I went to her own comment section and it was like revolt. So it was all negative comments. Okay. And if you didn't, I apologize if you're not into the drama shit. I get it, but I just want to briefly discuss this.
Oh, no, he did not. I apologize if you are not into the drama stuff. Your whole channel. That's all you do.
Jessica Machado means a lot to me. So I want to discuss this. Okay. So real quick history. There's a woman by the name of Jessica Walsh. They call her J7, right? And she's she's prevalent in the chat. She's a supporter. You might have noticed she's gotten me subscriptions. Many of you might have memberships because of her, because she buys a lot of memberships and stuff like that. And I thought she was a pretty big diehard supporter, okay, of me, of Jess, of all that good stuff, right? And I noticed that in like February or March or something like that, she just started, like, I follow her on Twitter, and she's just ripping Broken Baker, ripping him. Like, oh, he's the biggest scumbag, and you guys don't even know, and he's doing this, and oh, yeah. And I'm like, I understood then that there was something going on between them that I don't want to know about, and it didn't end well, and I just don't care. I don't care at all. It's none of my business. And I don't want to know, because as you know, there's two sides to every story. I just don't care. And so, I saw that happening, and I didn't know who the problem was, and I just don't care. Don't care at all. And then, but she kind of makes you care, because she just, every chat I went on, she was in the chat just spamming it with stuff. And she's getting on shows and trashing on Baker. And the Rat House media guys had to cut her off. They're like, you can't use this platform anymore to trash her. Jessica Machado had her on once and trashed her, and she trashed Baker, and then just cut her off, and then she wasn't on there anymore. But she's like still in the chat, crapping on all, you know what I mean? It's just like, and it's just impossible to miss. It's very hard to miss. Like, she wants you to see it.
Okay. She wants you to see it. And I don't know Jessica Walsh, J7. I don't really know her. Like, she seems like a nice person. She bought me pizza in January when we all went out to pizza in the North End after court. She's been at my last couple of court appearances. I have nothing against her, but I've seen the crash out online. Okay. I have seen the crash out online. I'm not blind. And I think we all have to, or not we all have, but like, you know, I think if Machado hadn't seen it, then she's just not, I don't know how that's possible not to see it. Cause it's like if you're living in this world, it's hard not to see it. Okay. And she took the position, Machado did, that like initially she wasn't, I don't know the whole story. Okay. But she has been like, people have unearthed clips where she's
Without Karen Reed, he knows no stories. Oh, fuck, Lana.
kind of taking shots at the baker and stuff like that. There seems to be a little animosity there. Okay. And when I talked to Jess the other day about this, after I briefly spoke about it on Turtle Club, I said, everybody likes Broken Baker. You know what I mean? Everybody likes him. Like, he's a nice guy. I don't know him that well. Like, obviously never met him. He's from Denmark. He's nothing but supportive of me, and he's funny. He's very funny. He's got witty, dry humor. I appreciate him. He's always got the right takes on things. So I like the guy. But I was like, Jess, you know what I mean? But I like this guy a lot. So he's done nothing, absolutely nothing to like warrant any sort of like trashing, in my opinion, or anything like that. Like the others, like BLT, like, yeah, sure, Cryford, they're shitty. We all get that. Like, but anyway, and I told her, I'm like, well, you don't want to declare war on this guy. He's like a nice guy, you know? And she said that kind of the root of, she's like that this J7 person came to her and said, Baker was trashing you. He doesn't like you. He doesn't want me watching your show. Right. And showed them screenshots after. So basically, I'm going to ahead of myself. Apparently he had some sort of online sexting relationship with her. I don't care. It went on, according to him, on his Valid Truth journey for about 2 weeks. And she became obsessive and just started calling him 14 to 16 hours a day. He said he had to block her on shit. Eventually she found his address in Denmark and sent sex toys to him. He took a picture of those sex toys and sent them to her and was like, as in like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, why, what? And she has then shared that screenshot of him sending her those pictures of the toys that she sent to him and put it out there. And the bad guys all retweeted it. Kate Peter retweeted it, stuff like that. So it's humiliating. You know, it's just like thank you. It's just a violation. I wouldn't say humiliating, more as like a violation of, like, you don't do that. And you don't do that to anybody that hasn't extremely wronged you. And there is zero evidence whatsoever that he's done anything extremely wrong. All he did was not want to be in a relationship with her anymore, or like have that sort of relationship anymore, because she was clingy and she was calling too much. And he just was like, no. So he blocked her, and he never trashed her ever. And so J7 shares a screenshot.
Okay. Broken Baker travels 4,000 miles from Denmark and goes to Tennessee. But yet he covered the Karen Reed case, which was in Massachusetts. Make that make sense. Then, hang tight. Doesn't Broken Baker want to go to Massachusetts? Like, I don't know. You're going to come all the way to the States, right? You can, like, you know, spend a couple days at this place and fly over here. I mean,
with Machado of the Broken Baker saying, I don't like Machado's show. I think it's too gossipy, he said. I think he used the word racist, which I disagree with if he said that, but that's his opinion. I completely disagree with that. I don't think she's racist at all. But I think that is it gossipy? I think she would own that's gossipy. It's kind of a brand, right? And he's just not into that. And one of the things he says, he didn't like the fact that she talked about me and her private conversations, that he didn't like that. That's his opinion, okay? We all don't have to like each other's content, right? We don't. And I'd be lying if I said that I watch every single YouTube creator's content. I don't. There's not enough hours in a day, okay? There's parts of every single creator's content that I would do differently. And I'm not going to say what it is. And that, my homie Will, like, I love Will. But when I watch his show, there's some things, and I told him this, that like I would just do differently, you know, but that's okay because it's his show. It's not mine. I gave slight criticism of Auntie Deb's thing the other day, like a month or so ago, when I was like, what I say? Dead air. And then people, whenever I have dead air now here, people are like, oh, dead air. So it's like a thing now. But I like the show. But I'm like, you need like an Abby there, you know, to make sure you have no dead air, you know. But like, anyway, so there's, and like with Will, I said, what I said with Will was, I love listening to his takes on things because he's like the most insightful dude, and he always gets it. And he'll be on a roll sometimes, and then he'll stop and be like, I think we got a super chat. Oh, $4.99. This person says blah, blah, blah. And I get so mad because I'm like, bro, Will was on a roll, and some fucking asshole is like, oh, I'm going to interrupt this show that everyone else is enjoying and listen to me for $5. That pisses me off when people do that. That pisses me off because it's like, you're taking, when you know the content creator stops everything to read a super chat, right? And you send in a super chat when he's doing something good or saying something good and you send in a super chat, that is you interrupting the conversation, motherfucker, for $4.99. And no one's here for you. And you're $4.99. Get the fuck out of here. I will.
You've got to be kidding me. Will interrupted himself when he chose to go and hit that and read that and do all that. There's no like, oh my God, I have to read it right then and there. I mean, just wow. And all you do is interrupt your fucking program to talk about dono.
Pay you $4.99 to go away forever. I fucking hate that shit. I hate when people interrupt Will's show with super chats. Fucking drives me nuts. All right. So there, we all have a little slight criticism of each other's content. Okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So anyway, those were his thoughts on Machado. And she sees that. And she is pissed about it. And it's clearly, to me, that is the root of her anger because nothing else makes sense. What this J7 person was doing, going in the chat, dominating it, being clingy, not shutting the fuck up about a breakup, and not even a real relationship. If she was doing that to anyone else but Broken Baker, Machado would have shut that shit down. Machado would have said, like, because with me, like she literally that shit's happened with me before, and she would have got it. She'd be like, because that's what she's good at, is diagnosing assholes like that and seeing what the problem is. But in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, one of the things that I believe Jess needs to work on is constructive criticism and not taking it personally. I think that is her fatal flaw right now, right? And I think that in this line of work, if you were going to be successful, you have to be able to take constructive criticism and just roll with it. You know what I mean? And like not hold a grudge and not feel the need to trash him. Like the Purple Kool-Aid guy. Apparently his beef with her was like, he didn't like the fact that somebody named Pat Ford, who's a Minifan, I think, was like a mod because he said that I should be in jail. But also the guy's kind of like a troll. I don't think he really fucking means it. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. He follows me. I follow him. I don't really know much about him. It's like a thing. I think it's like a thing. And so he's like, that guy shouldn't be a mod because, you know, he's like anti-Turtle Boy, right? And Jess was like, go fuck yourself to him, kind of, you know, go fuck yourself. And it's like, well, it was just it's just a little slight constructive criticism. You know what I mean? You got to be able to take constructive criticism. So long story short here, I think there is a way out of this for Jess because she's going, like the subs are going down. It's hard to miss, right? And she's blocking people, right? And these are Crawford tendencies. You don't want to go down the Crawford road. You don't want to go there, okay? And I think the way out of this for her, and this is where it comes. So one more thing. So she went on, Baker did his Vowed Truth journey by going on, because she went on the day before, and she said that J7 is, anybody know the exact word she used, like a great person? Or she's like, I'm always right. I can just tell she's good people. And she's like, I encouraged her to share those screenshots. I encouraged her. I said, put up, or, you know, she claims that she read all the screenshots and they had some sort of relationship and she should put it out there. And it's like, no. If it was anyone else but Baker, I don't think she would say that, you know? And
what the fuck? Dude, do these people listen to themselves? Yes, she would. Yes, she would. She's oh my God. Fucking A. Wow. The shit people are just, this is crazy. She had her fifis hurt that Broken Baker said that, I don't know, he called her something, a name.
And so I just feel like, and this comes from a place of love. Am I fucking frozen again?
These
Am I really frozen? Every time I look at this, I'm frozen. See, the mocking of the accent, I don't mind. To me, impressions are fair game. Impressions are fair game for everyone. I do impressions myself. Now that doesn't bother me in the least bit. I think, and he's got to be able to deal with that too. If somebody does an impression of you, he can deal with it. He can fire back, whatever. Am I really fucking frozen? I'm looking at my screen right now. All I see is frozenness. I might have to reset, guys. Hold on. Should I just reset this? I am going to reset this real quick because I'm going to reset this. 2 minutes. Wait, actually, no. I don't need to read it. It's not making me force quit this.
What
force
the
quit.
fuck?
Okay. Oh, God, I had a stroke. I'm not frozen? Okay, or am I frozen? If it happens one more time, I'm just going to Control-Alt-Delete this motherfucker, and then I'll just reset. I'll be right back. But anyway, it makes it seem like, it's like, dude, just own it. She's like saying that, like, okay, I know you stuck your dick in that fleshlight. I know you did. And like, and as it turns out, the whole situation, it's not funny for him because this person is like stalking him almost online and harassing him, and he wants nothing to do with it and whatever. And so that's to say, and then, so if I found that out afterwards, if I found out that I was laughing at a guy who has been, and I didn't know any of this shit was happening. I didn't know he was being harassed. I didn't know she was sending him sex toys against his will. I didn't know that he had to block her. I didn't know that he was not trashing her because she appears to be mentally ill. Like, I didn't know any of this stuff.
Sending sex toys against his will. I fucking love this shit for this fucking group, man. Listen to their fucking lives, man. Oh my God, Karen Reed, what have you gotten yourself into?
If I found that all out, I would just say sorry. You know, that's just me. I'd be like, oh shit, I take that back. That's it. I would just say sorry because it's abusive. What he described the other day is mentally abusive. Okay. And it's like, he is a dude. But just because he's a dude doesn't mean it can be like that. He just wants to be left alone. People have a right to be left alone. People have a right to want to move on. People have a right not to want to continue an online relationship, sexting relationship that lasted all of 2 weeks. People don't need that. And I think if she had gone on the next day after Baker's Valid Truth Journey and just said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was dealing with all that, then everything would be fine. That's it.
You think sorry cures all. Karen, I'm sorry I recorded you. Karen, I'm sorry I blew off my dick and blew off your 2 arms and legs in the process when I just outed to the world all of this shit that we've done together that nobody's supposed to know about. I'm sorry that I recorded your attorneys.
That's it. That's my thoughts. It's just like, because people like humbleness. People like when you admit that you're wrong. People like to know that you are capable of self-introspection and just being able to be like, you know what? I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. I said something when I didn't have knowledge of it. I was only hearing one side of the story from a woman.
So do you think you fucked up by recording Karen Reed? Do you think you fucked up by recording her attorneys? Do you think you fucked up when you recorded Lucky or Steve Scanion? Do you think that you fucked up when you lied about almost all of your fucking reporting for, I don't know, 3 fucking years? How about that? This, the audacity of this fucking man is just, woo, dude. Padded room, padded fucking loco right here.
Who, as it turns out, is not well, who, as it turns out, is not of sound mind, right? Then that would change my opinion on it. So I want Jess to succeed because she's very talented. And you all followed her for a reason. You all subbed to her for a reason. You all found things about her that you liked. You liked her reporting.
What are you talking about? They
subbed
to her because of you. Go justice. Remember, we can't remember all the fucking good things that she's done, guys. Come on for me. Come on. Wake up. This is amazing. What did she do that was so good for you, Turtle Boy? What was all that amazing reporting when you were in jail? She was the only one getting what out? What was she getting out? What the fuck are you talking about?
And she just has to recognize that, I think. I think she just has to recognize that she's human and that she makes mistakes just like everybody else. And when you do that and you apologize, people really dig that. And I think that's one of the reasons, not to brag or anything, I think that's one of the reasons people like me, right? Is because I get up here when I fuck up and I make mistakes, and I make a lot of them, and I admit it. And I'm like, I wish I didn't do that. I wish I didn't say that. I'm sorry about this. I'm not above saying that. All right. When I do, because I do things that are wrong.
Right.
I've apologized to Nurse Kim for things. I've apologized to her for things. And I think people like that. That's it. And so, but I'm not about canceling. So when I see the Team Baker thing.
Wait, you're not about canceling? You just had to catch yourself? Yeah, you are. Let's talk about that. The nurse, I've apologized for Nurse Kim for things and for Jess for things. For what? For letting that lie go on for so long? Because you were the actual one that recorded Karen Reed and sent it to her attorneys? Huh? Let's talk about that. That you did that. And you try to blame Meredith, right? Why? Because you were trying to get back into good graces with Karen Reed and trying to make it seem like, see, this fucking bitch has been doing this the whole time since I've been dating her. She's the one that recorded. You're a psycho. You're a sociopath. Yep.
I get it, because I'm 1,000% a supporter of Baker. I think he's 100% in the right in the situation and has done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. And he's completely entitled to his feelings, right? But that doesn't mean just because I'm supporting Broken Baker that I think that Jessica.
What do you mean? It's all about fuck your feelings, I thought. Turtle Boy, fuck your feelings. Who gives a fuck about feelings? What the fuck, dude? You are a fucking pussy ass bitch. Look at you. Look at you. Where? Your team going where, bye-bye? Oh, that's poor be wine. Look at you, turtle dove. Puss, platter, liar.
Chada was bad now, that we should trash her.
You're just getting
I think
thrown in a
there
courtroom,
is-
and this is what you're talking
That
about.
she should take a little time off, maybe, because she was talking about doing that. Go on a vacation for a week,
Take some
chill out,
time off.
clear your head, step away from all this, and then come back. And I would say sorry to Broken Baker, because I'll tell you one thing, I think that would go over well with a lot of people. I think a lot, if she was like authentic, you know what I mean? People like
If she was authentically what? What are you talking about?
humble, people like that, and that's all I'm saying. That's it. I would just say sorry, but I can't make her say it. And if she's not sorry, then I can't make her. I don't think she should say sorry if she's not sorry. But I would just say it. I think she should just say sorry. But that's just
Why
me.
would she just say sorry if she's not sorry? What the fuck are you talking about? I think she should just say sorry. And he thinks that sorry cures all. It's actions, motherfucker. Nobody gives a fuck about your goddamn words. Fuck you. But that's why we were just raised on two different blocks, buddy. Actions, baby. Your words and actions amount to shit, and they will amount to shit every single day because you suck. Just say sorry. Just say sorry. Come on. Everything's fine. Get the fuck out of here. Say sorry.
And I think that she will fix a lot of her own problems, which quite frankly are self-inflicted. And I did tell her too, I'm like, this chick, J7, like who you're seeing out here is like a great person. Is destroying your brand. Like you may not know this, but everybody else is seeing this shit and you're tying yourselves to her and she is dragging you down. And she is destroying everything you built. Everything. Because she's undoubtedly in the wrong. There is no one out there that is defending her behavior. Absolutely not. No one is defending that. And so you don't want to be associated with that. That's bad. And I think that she realizes that now, but she can't get over the screenshot of Broken Baker saying she's racist or she's too gossipy or whatever. Like that is the shit. Okay. So that's it. That's all I'm saying. Like she's not worth it bringing your whole brand down. That's it.
She's not worth
And she did say that.
bringing your whole brand down.
She did say that on her response to the valid truth attorney. She told J7 this, and then she called J7 on the show and told her all this shit. And some people were like, it's staged. It wasn't staged. But she actually called her, and like you heard,
it wasn't staged. You don't even fucking watch the shit. It wasn't staged. Fuck. Oh my god, this guy.
the responses to her about like, well, I didn't do it. It was a blah, blah, blah. And like, that's step one of damage control. Step one of damage control is distance yourself from that. Okay. Step two of damage control is the harder.
Just like his big live that he did on the weekend, and this is what the fuck was in it. $20 minutes dedicated to that. Yeah, more than 20. Oh my god, hold on. Yeah, 26 minutes.
All the time. Yesterday was a good day. Yesterday I had some quality time with my attorneys, right? Bettero came up here and we had a meeting for like a couple hours, 3 hours. We went out to a meal. We went to the Capitol Grill. I had truffle fries and the lobster mac and cheese. I don't do steak. I see steak and it's like $100 and it comes in a square. It's like this big.
What a fucking idiot. Every day he complains about fucking paying for a meal.
Some dollars. Chili's, four of us, under 100.
It's like him on repeat. It's the same fucking shit, man.
And we have to have witnesses. We're coming up with a witness, the mega motion. We know how judges are around here. You cannot assume that they're going to dismiss anything
I'm
regardless
not dismissing shit.
of how good your argument is.
Your argument sucks.
Of how much they lied to the grand jury.
Your argument sucks.
A lot of these judges just like
You didn't catch shit. Okay, why didn't Bradel bring up any of this shit? How do you not know that all your fucking episodes are fucking renamed, you dumb dick? The fuck out of here. You don't know shit about your case. And this is why you will not have a conversation with me about your case. Because I know your case better than you know your case. And you won't be able to bullshit your way through a goddamn thing. But let's talk about a timeline. Let's talk about your 401 number. Let's talk about all of the charges and how you had a fundraiser and you have lawyers on your fucking platform. And the only person that brought a goddamn thing to your fucking Andrea Burkhart. Andrea Burkhart finds fucking, she thinks she found some case, like, hey, you need to look at this, blah, blah. This is what, I mean, what have you done with that? Have you emailed Andrea Burkhart and, you know, maybe idiot right here.
Kick the can down the road and say, you know, let a jury decide.
Look,
So we have to let a jury decide, and we have to be prepared.
I have him on 1.5 speed, 1.5 speed, and we can understand him so clear because he has to talk like this.
And we have to have witnesses. We're coming up with a witness.
Are you like on, and we have to have witnesses. We have to come up with a witness list. Listen to this.
List. That was a big thing we were doing yesterday. I will not be discussing at all in any detail the contents of our privileged conversation about who we plan on calling as witnesses. I will say that the only thing that matters in this, if we have this trial.
If we have this trial. Now it's if we have this trial. Why is it if? This man is nuts. This man is fucking nuts, dude.
We are not relitigating the whole Karen Reed case. That will happen in the civil trial. But with the criminal trial,
Oh my
this is a
God.
witness intimidation trial.
Wait a second. That's exactly opposite of what you've claimed before. That you are relitigating the Karen Reed case, because that's exactly what this is. And what did your lawyers have to sit you down and say, listen up here? Bradel and basically Betterow had to, we're going to have a coming to Jesus talk with this boy. And we're going to tell you how this is going to work. Okay. And either you understand this and you will continue to have our representation, or you will not. And we were out. This is how we are defending you. If we can get you a plea deal, we're getting you a plea deal. Do you understand that?
The matter for the jury is going to be, did this man, if we have this trial, we are not relitigating the contents of our privileged conversation about who we plan on calling as witnesses. I will say that the only thing that matters in this, if we have this trial, we are not relitigating the whole Karen Reed case. That will happen in the civil trial. But with the criminal trial, this is a witness intimidation trial. The matter for the jury is going to be, did this man fit the elements of felony witness intimidation beyond a reasonable doubt? I know I didn't do that because of intent.
Ooh. What about reckless disregard for the truth, sir?
I never intended to intimidate witnesses. I never
Lies.
acted in reckless disregard for the fact that it may intimidate witnesses
Crazy right there.
and prevent a trial from happening. I didn't do that.
Not prevent a trial from happening. That's not this. It is not to prevent a trial from happening. Why do you add that on the end of it? Why don't you read the statute and actually read it? And it does not say to prevent a trial from happening.
So we have to be able to, the burden is on them to prove that I did.
Well, they don't have to prove anything because you fucking recorded your crimes. Okay.
Okay. What my intent was. But if I can provide witnesses who can come forward and show that my intent was not to do that, that's really important.
So you think you can wait a second. Wait. He thinks he has said that the only person I'm going to get on the stand and testify, right? And I can convince blah, blah. Now he says, if I can provide witnesses, call witnesses, and then can tell you what my intent was. What the fuck? Listen to this man. God, I love his spin.
And there's a lot of people out there, and we have to start thinking critically about who those witnesses are. Who can testify about what my intent was, right? Who can testify about that my intent was not to scare Jennifer McCabe so that she changes her testimony? Who, you know what I mean? And so these are the things you have to be able to start doing. And I will take my attorneys any day of the week over Cosgrove. Probably a good thing he wasn't recused, quite frankly. God knows what would come after him. I don't know.
God, dude, why do you keep making comments like Cosgrove owned you in his, didn't even have to reply to the bullshit that was filed, but he did, and he just fucking smacked you.
But yeah, All right. So,
All right. Yeah. So that's that. What do you mean? We have to start thinking critically, be critical thinkers, which God, struggle there. Who does this man think he is going to call to the stand?
yeah, they tried to intimidate witnesses. Exactly. They tried to intimidate Lucky. They tried intimidating Tom Beatty. Chris Albert tried to get Tom Beatty to change his story about Aaron Beatty getting a phone call from Colin Albert at 12:33 a.m. He literally went up. How do I know this? Source, Tom Beatty.
Tom Beatty's my source. God damn it.
This. I reported on this. That Chris Albert went up to him and said, you should change your testimony. You got to stop saying that Turtle Boy, apologize, that Colin called your daughter at 12:33 to get a ride home or whatever. He's like, I never said that was about. He said that he called her. He did call her. It was weird that he called her. He never calls her. Kids that age never call each other. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see. And one thing I feel pretty confident in is I'm going to testify because no one. That's the beauty of being not guilty is no one can explain what you're doing better than you, and I'm not going to trip up. I'm not going to say I know exactly why I did everything that I did, and it was not to stop any sort of trial from happening. It was not to intimidate any of these witnesses, right? The whole purpose of this was to expose the truth and to exercise my First Amendment rights to journalism, activism, and satire. That's all I was doing the whole time. All these charges against me are either journalism, activism, or satire. Me doing an impression of Colin Albert when I called him up is satire. It just is. It's not intimidation, period. If Colin Albert wants to take the stand and say, I'm on the front lines of defending this country, but also I'm scared of a turtle, then let him do it. We'll see how that holds up under cross-examination. Let him do it. So the Proctor text messages, the Proctor and Good text messages that came out, that will absolutely help in my civil case. I don't see how it would help with the witness intimidation because I don't know what it's got to do with it. But it is what it is. Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about? The kid enlisted because he didn't go to college to play football and go to school because you took that from him. That's how it's going to come across to the jury. So when Colin Albert testifies as to why he left school, okay, why he left school, why he's left the football team, okay, and then here is you in June going to, before August would come, which is football season, beginning of football season. So you in June are doing what? Going to lacrosse games and saying that we're going to continue to go to games and blah, blah. And Colin, we're coming to all your practices and your games and blah, blah. And I'm going to just be yelling and blah, 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 blah. What the fuck are you smoking, man? So now he wants to enlist and go, what the fuck does that have to do with it? Being scared? Why are you gaslighting? This is not, witness intimidation is not being, I'm in fear of my life, that you're going to take a gun and shoot me. It's, the witness intimidation. He is trying to ruin my life so that I can't get a job. I can't go to college. He wants to come and say that he's going to do all these things at practices. And I can't be the distraction to my teammates. That's not fair to them. You better go find something to show that Colin Albert didn't go back to school for some other fucking reason and is using you. You understand that? You want to talk about thinking critically, you fucking dipshit? But there's nothing there because your girl right here already did it. Because I do my homework. So go to try to, want to think outside the box, you fucking idiot.
So there's that. Next.
Complete fucking trash right here.
Patricia sends $5, goes, how can they possibly move forward with your case when Michael Proctor's name is anywhere near it? Just stop it. I mean, they're going to try to distance themselves from Proctor as much as possible in my case because Proctor was not an investigating officer in my case. He was a victim. I remember I got the indictments with Proctor were dismissed, but I was initially charged with intimidating him. Imagine that. I almost wish they weren't dismissed so we could still have him on as a victim. Oh my God. I think the weakest of the 7 indictments left. Remember, my 7 victims, as we call them. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Elizabeth Proctor. To me, Elizabeth Proctor is the weakest of the 7 indictments left. They're all very weak, but hers is the most ridiculous. All I did with her was write an article explaining where she worked and put a link to her Facebook and Twitter accounts for their employers and said, if people want to file a complaint with them, here's how you can do it. Because she was doing that to other people. That's it. That's all I did to Elizabeth Proctor. That's not illegal. That's not witness. Intimidation. That's absurd.
This man, He is lying. Just sitting there like, this is all I did. This is all I did. Talk about what you did to Julie Nagel. Talk about what you did to Colin. Chris Albert, I mean, the financial aspect of what the this guy is just an idiot.
So, yeah, we can deal with that. But who requested your arrest warrant? Yeah, we'll get to that another time. All right. Next.
Who requested your arrest warrant? We can get to that another time. Listen to that question.
This is Proctor. That's not illegal. That's not witness intimidation. That's absurd. So, yeah, we can deal with that. But who requested your arrest warrant? Yeah, we'll get to that another time. All right. Next. So, yeah, I don't know. But he did send that text message on September 3rd saying he was really mad that I wrote an article about him. Shocking. He calls me asshole, which I guess is better than the N-word. I mean, it's kind of Friday was like an unfortunate day to be a white male victim of Michael Proctor's corruption, because I'm like the only demographic not listed on his like hate screen, because it's the same demographic that he is and that Good is. I'm just another white guy, unfortunately. I'm like, bro, why couldn't I be fucking Jewish, dude? If I was Jewish, I would be cash money right now.
Shit, or if I was Jewish, I'd be money right now. So now you're admitting.
Imagine that. Like I should have been like Tim Watley and just converted to Judaism for the jokes. Except I would just be converting to Judaism for the lawsuits, because man, they don't like the Jews either. They really don't like the Jews.
I'm surprised you didn't think about that 2 years ago, you dumbass.
Hitler winning World War II, the world would be a better place. Yikes! I'm like, dude, because I'm not black. I'll never be black. I'll never be female. Well, actually, that's changed nowadays. But for the most part, I'll never be female. I could pull a Jim Altman, but I'll never be that. But I could be Jewish. There's nothing stopping me from being Jewish. You can just convert if you want. Just it's a thought. It's a belief. It's not like it's ethnic, right? Just like a belief. You know, I could convert to Judaism before trial, but I don't know if I get grandfathered in on the hate. You know, like Judah, I could be Jew daddy. I could do Jew daddy. I don't think my mom would like that if I did that, because she was very Catholic.
Your mom's dead.
It's like, come on, Ma. It's for the. We're gonna make a lot of money off this. You know, we're gonna try to sue him good. If I'm Jewish, it helps my case. You know, but I don't know if we're allowed to do that. So, all right, next. Cupcakes for Justice sends $25 and says, free Turtle Boy. Well, thanks, Cupcakes for Justice. I appreciate that. Marianne sends $10, goes, Irish Lily says, free Dr. Turtle Boy. He is always right. But I'm not always right. That's the thing. No one is always right. And none of us should think that. Okay. Sometimes I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. I would say I'm right like 95% of the time. Right. But that means you're wrong 5% of the time. And that's okay. Because we're all human.
Guys, we are 58 minutes into this fucking shit show. 58 minutes. The Procter and Good's weird relationship, Karen Reed on to the Today Show. 58 minutes, and we haven't talked about a goddamn thing.
Aren't we? We're all human. I'm not wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the fact that John O'Keefe went inside that house alive and came outside all but dead. I'm not wrong about that. That happened. No matter how many lawsuits these people want to put on me, those are the facts, bro. I don't know what to text. The Albert Family Rock sends $10 and goes, the views we've seen expressed from Procter and Good would fit right in at a Klan rally, and it is not believable that nobody at the State Police, Town of Canton, and Norfolk DA knew what kind of people they are.
Look at, then he goes to the dono reads. And he does that for, holy shit. Then we get to the Norfolk DA race. I can't find stuff. Oh my God, it's 2 hours in, an hour and 47 minutes in.
I want to read these again, because these are absolutely outrageous. When I read them the first time, it was like, really like, think about it. Yeah.
I can't find stuff. Wow. Proctor, just the tip.
Working, let them die.
Oh.
How's he going to explain that one? He filed a motion yesterday. There's no redemption for Michael Proctor. There will never be. She wrote a whole letter here to the state legislature in 2020 about we need witness. We need like what'd you say? How we need like is the enemy of the American people, and it's certainly the enemy of Karen Reed. All these people have done for years is lie on her and say and tell us that there was ring camera video of her running someone over. Okay, all these people did is lie about her.
No, that was correct the next day. I went and pulled that information to double check on that, and I will provide that tomorrow.
None of these people told the truth. David Yannetti came on my show and he said that he tried to run this up the flagpole to some reporter, and that they told him, nah, we're all set. We don't want to report on that story. That story's dead. And so it's time to stop giving these people exclusive access to you. Because I know that you want to go on here and you want to tell the world what a scumbag they are. And this is the day after these bombshell texts come out. these outrageous texts, and they don't even talk about it. They're not even interested in that. They ask you stupid questions. And if you're going to go on there, then they need to play by your rules. They need to play by your rules. And I got nothing but love for Karen Reed because of everything that she's gone through.
Oh my God. I got nothing but love, Karen Reed. My dick's still here, man. It's blown off, but it's still, I got a nub. Come on, girl.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We have we had a close relationship there for a bit, right? We've been through a lot together, and we're both kind of, opinionated, and some might call us assholes, right? And we don't always get along, but at the end of the day, I got her back, okay? And so when I give criticism, it's the same kind of shit I did with Jess earlier. It was the same shit, constructive, okay? It's just my opinion on shit, and because I want her to succeed, I do. I really want her to succeed.
Yeah, you need to.
I think that
for you to succeed,
objectively speaking,
especially right now,
that an unfortunate thing about Karen Reed is that when she talks, either her facial expressions and I think the word usage that she uses comes across isn't like your everyday man language. Like, she's very smart. Okay. She's very smart. But for some people, that's a turnoff. Okay. And that's not fair. That's bullshit. And by the way, she's very smart. But by the way,
wait a second. What the fuck are you talking about? What did Karen Reed say that was very smart in the interview and that was taken like the wrong? What
comes across isn't like your everyday man language. Like, she's very smart. Okay. She's very smart. But for some people, that's a turnoff. Okay.
Her being smart for some people is a turnoff. What the fuck are you talking about?
And that's not fair. That's bullshit. And by the way, she's very smart. But by the way, she looked great. For all the haters out there, they're like, first of all, they did her wrong with the still image. The still image that these assholes are sharing of her. And they're like, oh,
you're such a fucking idiot, man. You just put out a ton of fucking photos of like Brian Albert and Higgins at the hearing that you didn't go to, and you wanted to fucking compare them, all this shit, dude. Karma's a bitch, man.
Did her wrong with that. Like, that wasn't the best lighting, first of all. Okay. She looked great. For 46, she looks great. Considering all that she's been through, she looks great. All right. And so I'm just, that always pissed me off. The way I look at her facial expressions. Well, let's see what happens when you get charged with murder you didn't commit. Let's see the kind of facial expressions you make when witness after witness gets up.
What the fuck is he talking about? He's the one that fucking said all this shit about her. Now he's over here saying, like, dude, you're a fickle fuck. You are the biggest fickle pickle motherfucker out here, dude. You don't even know what the fuck you have ever said in this whole entire case. Like, no consistency. You're a fucking errand boy, man.
And lies about you, and you're 5 feet away from them. Let's see the faces that you make. Huh? Okay. So now that that's out of the way, let's watch this.
Department. And joining us now is Karen Reed, along with her two attorneys, Alan Jackson and Charles Waters. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Karen, let's start with you because we really haven't heard from you much and seen you really at all since the jury's not guilty verdict. First, just
how can you say she looks bad there? How can you say what looks bad about her? 46. How can you say that looks bad? What are they going to say? She looks very pretty for 46. Does she not? I mean, how are you going to say she looks bad? Have you seen what Krusty painted? Have you seen Krusty's face? Have you seen Jen McCabe at the beach? There's no competition, dude. There's no competition. Have you seen Jill?
You're making it a competition. You don't need to. You just say, look at her. She looks great for 46. I don't know what these people are talking about. Press play. You don't compare them to people because like you have like these standards that you think like, oh, well, they look better than this person. So no. But
Daniels, who is the same age as her. Anyway, back to this.
since the jury's not guilty.
You've made everything about what people look like, what people wear. Fuck you. That's all you do when people, you want to go and interview and you're like, oh, look at their shoes. Oh, look at their fucking clothes. Look at, you You have no idea how to argue or have a conversation about actually the merits. Never have. That's why, as much as you want to tell people that I would never have a conversation, I would never debate her, blah, 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 but bitch, you were begging to come on my motherfucking show. Shut the fuck up. You dumb fuck. Don't say that shit. I have the receipts. Shut the fuck up and sit down.
Verdict. First, just why file this lawsuit now? You already have one lawsuit in the queue. Why do this now?
This was always our plan, that I had to save my own life first. I can't do anything if I'm not free. And I had to fight for my freedom for years. And I knew as it unfolded, I was never going to be able to just forget that this happened to me, that I was wronged in this way. I couldn't just go back to life as it was.
So the critics will say that a lot of me there.
No, she has to free herself first, okay? Like, no, it's not a lot of me. It's like, no shit, your life is on the line. What do you mean? I was accused of doing X, Y, and Z, but I wouldn't even say that. I would say that I think during the course of the trial, the evidence that was presented was unreliable, and it heavily questioned if it was, you could planted, framed, whatever word you want to use, but anybody that's going to take away someone's freedom by falsifying documents and police reports, but I think that should really we should really be taking a look at that. And is that happening, across the United States? Like, I mean, that's right. Isn't that what happened to Karen Reed? Isn't that what she's alleging, right?
She not have a right to say me? Like, this actually happened to her. She was actually framed for murder. Actually, that actually happened.
Talk about that.
She did not commit a murder. They killed her boyfriend. They blamed her for it, and they dragged her through the mud for years. Okay? Wouldn't you say that did all happen to her? And she's right. She wouldn't be able to do this from a jail cell, right? She had to fight for her life first, etc. So what's she supposed to do?
I have to continue fighting for justice. The acquittal is
How about you go back to what the question was?
Critics will say.
How about
my own life.
Question.
Anyway, back to this.
Since the jury's not guilty verdict, first, just why file this lawsuit now? You already have one lawsuit in the queue. Why do this now?
Okay, why file this lawsuit now? Well, I would say, like, which one are you talking about? Like, what do you mean, why file this lawsuit now? Is she talking about the one that just dropped, like, the day before? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, why file this lawsuit now? Well, I knew that I was always going to be filing this lawsuit. And then I would talk about the trial, and I would say what came out during the trial, I think shows you that there was no doubt that I was going to be suing the police for violating my constitutional rights. Okay? Like, come on. Well, if you saw the trial, you know what I mean? Like, asking them, like, did you watch the trial?
This was always our plan, that I had to save my own life first. I can't do anything.
And I think how she really needed a word there is, like, I was always talking about, like, I need to get justice for John and blah, blah, blah. And then my lawyers were like, Karen, we're going to do that. This is the order that we have to do this in. But again, what was the question? You know what I mean? Karen, listen to the questions that are asked of you and answer the question that's asked of you. She really needs to practice that for her depositions. Otherwise, I think her depositions could be, like, very, very interesting. You ask a question and you just answer the question. That's it.
I'm not free. And I had to fight for my freedom for years. And I knew as it unfolded, I was never going to be able to just forget that this happened to me, that I was wronged in this way. I couldn't just go back to life as it was.
So the critics will say that a lot of me there. Actually,
We just saw in
right it. They've been happening along the way, but I always knew this was going to happen if I could get the help legally to do this.
Let's talk about that for a moment, Alan, because again, as we just saw in the
This
story,
guy, this fucker.
Sergeant Good's been fired.
Right.
Lieutenant Proctor fired. They're
Lieutenant?
both gone. The departments have said that there was wrongdoing. They've admitted that. From a legal standpoint, what do you precisely want to see happen here that has not already happened?
Well,
That question is set up for failure. What do you mean? What do I want to see happen that hasn't already happened? During the trial, every single one of these police officers claimed that they did nothing wrong and that they handled this investigation with the utmost had integrity, honor, blah, 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 that they didn't do any of this. That we're just over here creating some conspiracy. Okay. There needs to be accountability. We're suing the police because they still are denying and saying that they didn't do anything like this. And yet people are getting fired.
it's a civil case. So the remedy is
What is that a real question? What do you want to see here that's happened that hasn't already happened? We're suing. What do you think we want?
the law speaks in dollars, but that's not what the ultimate goal is here. The ultimate goal is to ensure that we bring to the light the institutional biases, the institutional corruption that permeates the Massachusetts law enforcement system. That's what this lawsuit's going to do. Ultimately, there's not, you can't, what Karen wants, you cannot write on a check, which is exposure of the corruption that is the DNA of the Massachusetts State Police, of the Canton Police Department, which is evidenced by these two.
He's afraid to say money, but
What?
I think you should say money. Yeah, we want to get
What do
paid.
you mean? I still haven't heard the word accountability.
We want to be made whole.
Yeah, but that's where the money comes from when you show in a civil suit that Karen Reed's civil rights were violated, right?
Yes, we want to like expose this institutional corruption, whatever. All that, totally. Also, we want to get paid, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. They're kind of afraid to say that because they don't want to make it seem like this is a money grab and all that stuff. But yeah, she needs to be made whole. They stole everything from her, and she needs to be made whole. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. She deserves that.
Individuals in their text messages, they were in a position where they felt comfortable within their own family, the family of law enforcement, to send these vile text messages, to send these vile voicemails that are reflective of a deeper problem in the culture. That's what we want to expose.
From 2013. That's why I want to see a lot of stuff from like really, more recent.
To be clear, we're seeking money.
At the end of the day, that's
This motherfucker. To be clear, like what do you think? Who caused damages to me? So we want compensation for that. Absolutely, we want money. The tone of that question. It's like, first of all, yes, of course we want money. That's by definition. You knew that. Everybody knows that. But to be clear, he's just the way he phrased that question. And the way this starts off, it's just like, bro, fuck yourself. And also, you're black, okay? These messages.
Listen, based off what Alan Jackson is saying here, though, is it's like we're not going to take a settlement because that doesn't get exposure on the problem. And so we're going to go all the way with it because if Karen Reed wants the exposure of what the system is all about, you don't get that in a settlement. Capiche? Like, what the fuck? Listen, Total Nut. God damn. So Karen Reed is saying, I'm gonna win. Yeah, I'm gonna get money. Okay. But it's gonna be at the end of a trial. When it's gonna be in front of a jury, it's gonna be in front of, the world to see what the fuck these people have done. That's where it's exposure, accountability, and then obviously the jury's gonna weigh in and find in her favor, and then the monetary stuff comes after that. But you don't get the exposure of it if you settle. does he even say, does Turtle Boy, do you understand that?
That came out in the last 24 hours are so offensive to the black community. And you're up here being like, well, actually, you want money, so you're the problem. How about the cop who uses the N-word like it's going out?
How about maybe he said that as a way for them to interject and say, well, I'm going to be made whole by it. But if I just did a settlement, Craig, okay, and dealt with them and just took a settlement, okay, then what? That's me just taking money. That's not, I don't want a settlement. That's the answer, in my opinion.
Style? How about that's problematic? How about that? Why don't you start with that? Instead, you're like, so you want money? Yeah, we want money. No, we don't want money. What are you talking about? Of course we have money. We're fucking suing. Everyone who sues wants money. Ding dong. Jesus Christ.
That's what the civil law requires. Yeah.
Charles, I want to bring you in here because you guys have always maintained she was framed, right? That's been your entire theory from the beginning here. But what evidence have you actually amassed over the past 4 years now? What evidence do you have to support that claim?
Well, I mean, I think
that question shouldn't have went to this man. God damn. Wouldn't that be to Alan Jackson?
Alan, during the criminal cases, let the
whole
whole
how do you not catch that like immediately?
The evidence that she had, but I think,
who is this guy? I don't even know who this guy is. And he gave a fine answer, I guess.
What do you mean he gave a fine answer? The correct answer is to say, why are they asking this question to him? They needed to ask that question to Alan Jackson.
Put me on there. The tail lay. How much time you got? I would just lay it all out there. Overwhelm them. Overwhelm them. Am I this? Like, no. And Alan Jackson's told me many times, we've had private conversations. He's like, you should have been a fucking attorney. Sometimes he's like, sometimes he want to call me up. Like some of my tweets, he's like, that you're fucking get it. One time he called me up. He's want to call me many times. We've had private conversations. He's like, you should have been a fucking attorney. Sometimes he's like, sometimes you want to call.
On that note, I'm going to bed. That is insane. Me and Alan Jackson have had private conversations, and Alan Jackson told me that I needed to be an attorney. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no. No way. All right, guys. Take care. Holy fucking shit. Alan Jackson. I'm going to need to comment on that one. I'm going to go ahead and give you a call on that one. Alan Jackson, when did you have a private conversation with Turtle Boy and you told him that he should have been an attorney and he needs to go to law school, motherfuckers? Wow. Oh, wow. Thank you. Until next time, guys. Attorney Turtle Boy is over and out. Fuck a. Oh, my God.